Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening. 11 races on the slate this evening, the first of which will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Blue skies and a track listed as fast and an announcer listed as slow. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. And note, in race number 1, scratched is number 4, Airline Pilot. Race 1, scratch number 4, Airline Pilot. Races 2 and 3, no changes. No changes, races 2 or 3. Race number 4, number 6, Scoten is scratched. Number 10, SOS Jules is going to move in and score post position 6. Race 4, the 6 is out, and the 10 is in. Race 5 has no changes. No changes, race 5. Race number 6. Number 7, Flying Formation, races without trotting hobbles, so the 7 has no hobbles, and 8, Living Proof I Am, scratched. Scratched from the 6th is 8, Living Proof I Am. In the 7th race, number 6, Sharky, has equipment changes. Bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers, and a shoe change steel to aluminum shoes up front. And a bright drinking buddy is scratched. Scratched is a drinking buddy. In race number 8, number 7, Fox Valley, Ontario is a scratch. Race 8, scratch 7, Fox Valley, Ontario. In race number 9, 5, Leading Resolve, a bridle change, adding a Murphy blind on the left. Race 9, 5, Leading Resolve, Murphy blind on the left added. Race number 10, number 5, Mr. Fritter, bridle change, open to blind bridle, open to blind. And the 11th race, number 6, Bravado Sealster, is scratched. Race 11 scratched is number 6, Bravado Sealster. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, number 4, Airline Pilot is scratched. And races 2 and 3 have no changes. It is currently 16 minutes to post time. And time to welcome in our co-host and handicapping expert. And Rob, the announcer, might be listed as slow, but the handicapper is listed as super fast.
Well, let's hope so, Gary, because we're hoping to have a wonderful night on this wonderful Wednesday, because we've got 11 dashes tonight, right? Supersized card tonight at the river, and there's quite a few things that piqued my interest, folks, this evening, and one of which is Tijuana Sealster in race 8, wondering if she can finally rebound her way back to the winner's circle, second on each of her last 2. She's been freshened up for a little bit. I think she does it tonight, and I'll be interested to see what everyone else thinks online, because on Twitter, or X now as the cool kids call it, Chad Rosema did ask, who's your play of the night? So make sure you get in there. I saw Brad A already got in with his selection. Make sure you respond to that post with who you like tonight, and we'll talk about it on the air. Of course, in race 5, well, that's the big one tonight, folks, because there's a carryover in the super high 5 of $3,263. Takeout's always a low 15%. And with that kind of carryover, it now becomes an absolute must-play wager. It already is a must-play wager, but now you've got a big opportunity to make a nice score in that race 5. And it's all that more interesting to me, because he's got swagger making his return to the race. He's a 43-time winner. He's in a pretty soft spot, but he hasn't raced in a long time. So It's kind of one of those ones where either you like him or you don't. And it'll be interesting to see how he performs racing off the bench. But a great card all around. Love the multi-leg wagers tonight. We're gonna have some fun throughout the evening, and also tonight a also eligible is drawn in. We know I always wait for those, and it's one that I think has a big chance to win. So don't forget about that. Race 4, the 10 SOS Jewels, is drawing into post 6 off a win at Flamborough Downs. You don't want to forget about that because I think he's got a big chance to win in there. And usually those 10s get overlooked because many just assumed they're scratched. So don't forget about that in race number 4. We'll come back, Gary and I, to map out our pick 5 wagers for that early pick 5 starting in the opening dash. Again, the guaranteed pool for that one is $5,000. Take it's always a low 15%. We'll see it about 8 minutes to post. 8 minutes till the opening dash at Grand River Raceway on this wonderful Wednesday. Again, we've got a carryover in our Super High Five. That's in race number 5 tonight. The carryover is $3,263. Take us always low 50%. I forgot to mention the guarantee $10,000 on that pool. So we're going to talk about the pick 5 right now, but you want to also start thinking about mapping out your winning wagers for that one as well. But let's talk about that early pick 5, shall we? Guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. And, well, uh, I had a bit of a math problem on my original ticket that I submitted today. And then, my dad's always told me, don't change your ticket. So I didn't. So that is correct on the screen there. I'm the one that tries to be economical. It's $24 for 20 cents. But I do like the sequence, so let's hope we can maybe get one down here. Three somewhere is going to be our single to kick it off. We're going right back to this one. Was a winner last week, and I thought raced pretty well in victory. Held on by a head over a late charging King Jules, who's not in this race tonight. We're going to see that one later on in the card. But Overland for a lot of the trip, 3 wide for a long way in the final turn, and still prevailed. I think that victory is going to do wonders for this one's confidence, and I think can come right back and win tonight. The one Silver Sea right now, even money on the board. I think Three Somewhere ends up the favorite come post time, and I'm happy to go right back to that one as a single again this time after singling him last week and him getting the job done in the pick 5 sequence. Race number 2, the 2 and 5 last shot has been amazing as of late. She's won 2 in a row. I thought she's raced fantastic in each of her starts for trainer Julie Walker. I cannot not use that one on my ticket. She's on top tonight for me as well. But the 5 Radio Lab, I know Gary's fond of this horse. I'm curious to see what he does in this race because I do like Radio Lab. I thought 2 starts ago raced really well here at the River. Last time, obviously, made a break in stride. I like Radio Lab as well in there. So 2 and 5 for me in race 2. Race 3, we're going deep, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. I almost didn't use the 8 Batitude, as good as she's been, but post 8 is such a difficult task, and I think this is a really deep field for a $15,000 condition claimer for numbers of 30,000 life. There's some real good horses in here. Panning for Treasure is the one I went to on top, the 3. Matthews Rita raced good last time with broken equipment. I mean, there's a lot of interesting angles in here. That's why I went deep with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 in race 3. Race 4, the 1, 4, 9, and 10. I almost singled the 10s SOS Jules just based on the fact that it will likely get overlooked, right? Also eligible drawing in. Don't like the post so much. Post 6, I like it better when the also eligible is drawn to the inside of the gate. But SOS Jules was a good winner last time at Flamborough Downs, and now gets to come right back in a maiden trotting event here at the River off the also eligible list. And I think will get overlooked by many in that race, especially in the multi legs, anyways. So 1, 4, 9, and 10 for me in that one. I do have that 10 SOS Jules on top. Money leg, race 5. I almost singled the 3. He's got swagger in here, but then you look at it and say, well, so much time away. I mean, he's the class of the field, and he might go out there and win like a good thing, just like Brody Scrapper did when he raced off the bench for trainer Jody Cullen. And I do think that he's got swagger as the one to beat in there, but I'm also using the 2, State of Play, classy veteran in his own right, and the 7, Bad Eye Bill, who I thought raced fantastic last time at Flamborough Downs from post 8. And I'm pretty sure that one is Michael Carter's spot play this evening for Ontario Racing. So $24 for a 20-cent bet. Probably going to hear it from Gary.
No, and you probably noticed I turned my mic on when you said that. I was going to chirp you, and then no, stop that. So listen, I'm trying to turn over a new page for about the next 2 minutes. Listen, also this evening's card interests me because there are 5 races that I decided that I knew who you were going to take, and I took a different horse, and in every one of those 5 cases I was right. So we have 6 races this evening where we have a different top horse. So I want to see how it pans out. But in the first race, I did think that you would take 3 somewhere, and so did I, and I went alone with that. In the second race, you are correct that I did go to Radio Lab as my top pick, but I do have Last Shot on Radio Lab. And then from there, where you fanned out, I did some handicapping and took Watch Her Fly and Better Not Mock Me, the 1 and 2 in the third race. You have 5 in there. I just kept it a little cheaper and went to the inside too. But you could be right because I think it's a pretty wide open dash. And race number 4, just 1, 2, and 4. My top one is Mama Made Me Good, but I think he's Maiden Trotter. I can see why you have more in there because, and especially with the 10 drawing in, but you know what? I wasn't privy to that until I got up here, and I just decided, no, to heck with it. I'm going to keep it the way it is. And in race number 5, I have 4 in there. That's the one race that I went out to 4. And I think that's a tough race, too. But I was willing to go to the outside with Bad Eye Bill as my top pick. I thought you'd have He's Got Swagger, and I was correct. But I do have the 3, 6, 7, and 8. So my ticket is just $9.60. But, Rob, it's interesting to me that I can pretty much figure out which horse you're going to take in a race.
Yeah, it is. No, it's good. I mean, because we obviously share handicapping practices, Gary, and you're privy to what I like, and you're usually pretty bang on with who I'm going to be using. And I like that ticket too. The economical ticket tonight from Gary, right? He's giving one a little more affordable. And it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. But just a few minutes away to map out your winning wagers, folks. 5,000 guaranteed pool on this early pick 5, low takeout 15%. Be back in just a couple minutes to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field for race number 1 on Parade 1, Silver Sea. Travis Henry for Terry Gallant and Jennifer Leaning. Number 2, Wise Better's Legacy, Anthony Hahn for James Lee. And number 3 is Three Somewhere, Brent McDonough for Richard Moreau and Norman Beausoleil. 4 is scratched. Number 5, Feisty Like Fire, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 6, Let Me In Coach, Austin Sorry for Joe Pereira and James Barry. Number 7, Dirty Little Piglet, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. And 8 is Tactical Sealster, Scotty Colliver, Gerard Demers, and Jean Merois. It's a field of 7, race number 1, first leg of the pick 5, and of course starts the daily double. And Rob, probably a good thing that we have a race that might be pretty formful at the start here, because we certainly got races later on in this pick 5 where you have to broaden out quite a bit. And in this one, we both have number three somewhere. I think there's just a lot of good reason for that.
Yeah, there is because of the effort last time was great. First of all, I really do. Like I watched that replay back a few times, and, and King Jules was obviously coming to him late, and the mile maybe gets up in the next stride. But I thought three somewhere actually did quite a bit of work on the outside. Good wide move as well. Has won 2 of 4 since being claimed by top trainer Richard Moreau, and we'll see a good spot for this one to double up. Thought that we'd probably see close to an odds on price is odds on right now at 4 to 5. And I just couldn't find anything in here where you can make a strong case to beat him because he beat some of these horses last time. I did notice, Dirty Little Piglet kind of had pace on the end of his mile in there. And there's some other ones that are, some new faces that he's got to face this time out. But I still think he gets the job done, and you can't really bet him to win, Gary. But what I did was I just singled him in the pick 5 like you did.
Yeah, and also he's got gate speed and a better post, so he was able to do it a harder way last time out. I think this might be an easier trip scenario for him as well, and he has the gate speed to take advantage of it. Number 2, YS Better's Legacy is one that I didn't take on the ticket, and only because of that break last time out. But then when you look down the page, well, that's the only one you see there. So maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of interesting to me. He was one that, I used mostly because he does have early foot off the switch, and you don't necessarily see it in a lot of his recent efforts. You see it last time in a race that he was a winner where he got placed back to third at Hanover. But the other spots he's racing, and he's working from the 8 hole 3 weeks in a row in a pop up. Well, 2 of them were in a pop up series. The other one was just a condition claimer. But he's just getting beat off the gate because they're going 26-3, 26-4. He's got an outside draw. Before that, you can see all those starts where he left out of there. So I think he's a massive overlay right now at 20 to 1 because he might end up getting the trip. I mean, Silver Sea's not one that really busts off the gate from the rail. And a 3 somewhere leaves today, which I'm hoping he does. Maybe YS Better's Legacy is one that gets the trip. I mean, Feisty Like Fire can blast out of there if he chooses to. But I do think this race might line up 3-2, 2-3. And YS Better's Legacy, I think, is in with a chance.
And then Dirty Little Piglet is one, well, if you're worried about the outside post position, now it becomes post 6, but also post 6 last race, and as you mentioned, had a lot of late pace, was 11 back at the quarter, and yet came on to be beaten a length and a half.
Yeah, and I've always kind of liked this horse. We've seen, it's funny, over the years, Dirty Little Piglet's kind of raced various different ways, right? When he first kind of was, breaking his maiden and stuff like that, he was doing it on the front end as a speedster. Now he's a little more versatile. He's raced a lot of times from off the pace, but it might just be because the post draws that he's had. And post 7 obviously was tricky. Now post 6, like you said, he had it last time, and he was the one that actually had the most pace on the end of the mile. He kind of got stuck in between horses, and I thought, had lots of go under the wire. So I actually kind of toyed with the idea of putting him in the second spot or maybe even using him in the pick 5. But I said, you know what? I think 3 somewhere might just be too tough, and he's one to use in the exotics.
Number 5, Feisty Like Fire. I used this one for second, but a bit reluctantly. He's been a little up and down, but last race at least he has the excuse of being first up.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where I watched that race back, and he's first over a long way, and you can't really hold it against him. They were going pretty good fractions early on, but he's still a horse that we've seen here a lot at the river, and he's camera shy, right? 2 for 27. The starts that he was kind of going to the lead, he would usually get soft on the end of his miles. He did last time with good reason, though. He hits the board with frequency, but again, light in the win column. I couldn't get there on the win end, but he's one you can't ever really leave off your trifecta and super.
I threw in number 1, Silver Sea, a third on my ticket to that start September 3rd at Clinton, but then the last 2 at Flamborough weren't all that effective, but now gets the inside.
Yeah, inside should help, and that win at Clinton absolutely broke my heart that day because I was alive in a big pick 5. Maybe that's why I'm holding it against him. I'm not sure. I just didn't like his chances tonight, even from the rail.
He got on the list for that reason. Silver Sea, YS Better's Legacy on the inside, 3 somewhere. Feisty Like Fire. Let me in, coach, in the center. To the outside, Dirty Little Piglet, Tactical Sealster, field of 7. It's the first of 11 dashes on this wonderful Wednesday evening as we are gathered at the river. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. Field of seven for the first dash. There at the start of the rough, and three somewhere, feisty like fire. Silver Sea, YS Better's Legacy. Those the first four. Silver Sea uses that inside advantage to take the lead. Three somewhere continues to march on the outside. Then it is YS Better's Legacy and feisty like fire. Let Me In Coach and Dirty Little Piglet and Tactical Sealster is trailing the field. Three somewhere coming on now and is going to clear to the front. Three somewhere is the 2-5 favorite and takes over from Silver Sea. YS Better's Legacy is third. Feisty like fire. Let Me In Coach, Dirty Little Piglet, and Tactical Sealster 27-2. Solid opening panel. Three somewhere in Brett McDonald has early command. Silver Sea is right there staying close in the pocket. Gap of 2.5. YS Better's Legacy third. Feisty like fire now is going to move on the outside and come first over. And then it is back to Let Me In Coach, trailing pair, Dirty Little Piglet and Tactical Sealster. And they race their way up to the half off that 27-2 opening quarter. Halftime 56-4, 29-2 second panel as they race their way on into the backstretch. And it is three somewhere. Silver Sea on the inside. Feisty like fire. Is feisty on the outside. Has moved up. Taken over second. And is a length and a quarterback. Three somewhere on down the backstretch. Feisty like fire. Silver Sea. YS Better's Legacy fourth. About 5 from the lead. Then Let Me In Coach. Dirty Little Piglet is 3 wide and closing now. And then Tactical Sealster. 3/4 125-3. And 3 somewhere is holding serve on the outside. Feisty like fire. Silver Sea is third. And then YS Better's Legacy here from the backfield. Tactical Sealster, Dirty Little Piglet, and Let Me In Coach is trailing the field. Three somewhere, feisty like fire hasn't gone away. Three somewhere, feisty like fire is digging. Feisty like fire trying to pull the upset. Feisty like fire is going to come on by. Goodbye, pick 5 ticket. Three somewhere. Then it is YS Better's Legacy with Silver Sea. 156-1. We get a big upsetter to start the night as a 2-5 favorite goes down, Rob.
Yeah, sure does. And feisty like fire, first up a long way last time. And, just couldn't sustain that bid. This time out, he does. And you could see, he wasn't going away. And as soon as I saw Brett McDonald get busy on three somewhere, I said, oh, this is big trouble. Silver Sea came out the passing lane, was never really a threat. But feisty like fire just kept on coming tonight and gets there. So a horse that sometimes a little bit soft in the end of his miles probably helps. They're coming home, in over 30 seconds here tonight, but just would not go away and would not be denied. And 6-1 on the board, Gary, but that's a big knockout. Like you said, it's a big knockout in the pick 5 because a lot of tickets were singled to the three somewhere, including yours and mine.
Well, there's the pick 4 in the next race, but my second choice was Feisty Like Fire, but I didn't have the nerve to use Feisty Like Fire on the pick 5 ticket, and probably with the 2-5 horse, which you could have anticipated that the 3 was going to get bet pretty heavily. You could have used Feisty Like Fire. Brett Lester certainly puts up strong numbers, and it was a solid effort. He just didn't go away.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, listen, a horse, like I said, he's kind of been, hanging around, right, and kind of knocking at the door throughout the year at this level, and this time out gets the job done, right? Just wouldn't be denied, and three somewhere goes down to 2-5, and I thought YS Better's Legacy kind of had some pace late in the mile. He's one to watch for next time.
Yeah, we each threw in one of the inside horses, the 2 YS Better's Legacy, and I threw in the 1 Silver Sea, and they're the third and fourth place finishers. But Feisty Like Fire gets the job done. 4-year-old Better Than Cheddar gelding up by Rebecca Williamson, trained by Brett Lester. Colin Kelly is called the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year, 7th lifetime. Feisty Like Fire. The first raise payouts number 5, feisty like fire. $14, 382.50, 3 somewhere, 220, 210, and 2 YS Better's Legacy 360, $2 exactor 56.60, dollars rise 60.90, dollar super 120.70. The first race order finished in the top 432, scratch 1765. That's 432, scratch 1765.
Feisty like fire with a feisty effort in the opening dash, getting the job done to the tune of 6-1. Nice knockout in that opening leg of the pick five. Hopefully, you're still alive. If you are, you might be in line for a nice payout because now these races get super competitive, I think, in the rest of the sequence. Yours truly, though, well, I'm jumping in on the early pick four, starting right here in race two. Guaranteed pool, $2,500 low takeout, 15%. Look at that, just like a movie. The Allura Sky never disappoints. One of my favorite things to look at. But let's hope we can get a winner down in this pick four. I did deviate from my pick five ticket because I wanted to save a little bit of money, and hopefully that doesn't end up, getting us in the end because I'm going to single the two last shot. Radio Lab right now the favorite 8-5. I just thought last shot's been so good in her last two, actually her last three starts, every start for Julie Walker so far, and she should be brimming with confidence. I thought it looked like a speedboat coming off the turn last time before scoring by a wide margin. Going away. She's my single here in the opening leg of the early pick four. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 in race three. Going deep in that one. I think it's a very contentious looking race. A lot of interesting angles. But panning with for Treasure on top. Better Not Mock Me. Looks like a good one for Team Cullen. Shipping in from the East Coast. And of course, Batitude's been so good, but post 8 so tricky. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 in race three. 1, 4, 9, and 10 in race four. Always intrigued by an also eligible that draws in, even more so when it's an also eligible that's coming in off a win and has some good form behind her. SOS Jules, the 10 is my top choice in that one. I'm using the 1, 4, 9, 10 on the ticket though in race four. And then the money leg, race five, it's also going to feature a carryover in the super high five, but it will be where this pick five or pick four ends and the pick five ends for that matter. 2, 3, and 7. A couple of classy veterans on the inside. State of Play, the 2 and the 3. He's got swagger, a 21-time winner and a 43-time winner, and then also using the 7 Bad Eye Bill. Thought he raced fantastic last time at Flambeau Downs. So 2, 3, and 7 in race 5, and there you have it, $12 for a 20-cent ticket. But there's another look at that Allura Sky, which I love. When I start mapping out your winning wagers for this pick four, starting right here in race two, guaranteed pool, $2,500. Low takeout, 15%. Be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number two.
Field for the second on parade. One, Sheeta Lot Pop, Brett McDonald, Ron McDonald, and Nicholas Malcolm. Number 2, Last Shot, Jay Rivano for Julie Walker and Brittany Kennedy. 3 is Toscano Girl, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham and Cheryl Cherry. Number 4, She's Under the Radar, Samuel Filia for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. 5 is Radiolab, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 6, Prince of Sussex, Travis Henry for Jared Bothwell, and a numbered company from Garili. And number 7 is Third Time's the Dream, Bruce Richardson for Jim Ellis. Field of 7, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, Last Shot. I knew you'd be on Last Shot here. And certainly that last race is a big reason why. And Last Shot comes in with back-to-back wins, but 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 is obviously a tough price to swallow in any horse, Gary. But you know what? Like, I looked at this race top to bottom and looked at her replays, and she's come such a long way in her last few starts. And even from the win by a head to the win by open lengths last time, I mean, she was under wraps right to the wire in her latest. She comes right back in the same class. And yeah, she has to, go against one like Radio Lab now, who I think's been racing really well. But I just think that she, if she goes out there and races like she did last time out, she'll be so tough to beat. And she's a horse that can do it with early speed. She does have early foot off the switch, but she also can win from off the pace as well. So I love her chances tonight. Even money's tough to swallow. Interestingly enough, she's not the favorite in the double. It's Radio Lab. Maybe we see that kind of happen before post time.
Well, and listen, when it comes to Radiolab, I'm just convinced that Radiolab is better than Last Shot. And even though Last Shot's racing well, I want to see how it unfolds and if I can still get 3-1. But I'm just all over Radiolab, and you know I've loved this horse in the past. But that start here, September the 6th, that was a very strong performance.
Yeah, it was first over a long way and only missed by 3/4 of a length on the end of it at odds of 7-5. Since then, though, that break in stride, right? That's what kind of, you wonder how aggressively a horse will be handled off a break in stride. But he is a horse that is good when he gets put into play, whether it be off the gate or at some point in the middle stages. So I think we're going to have to see that from Radio Lab tonight. I would say right now he's the value at 3-1. I never dreamed that he would be that price. I thought they'd both be sub 2-1. Not happening right now with all the money coming for obviously for Last Shot. But I do like Radio Lab's chances in here. There's no question about it. I'm not sure I'd say that he's significantly better than Last Shot. Last Shot at the top of her game, she was one that could be competitive in the preferred ranks. In my opinion, she just hadn't been there in a long time. I think she's back to that now, or on her way there. So I guess we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, price discrepancy, I don't really generally agree with here, but I do think that I wouldn't say that she's miles away from Radio Lab.
Good thing, Rob, different people can have different opinions. Number 1, Cheetah Lotpov on the inside at 16-1. I think is the logical one to get onto the ticket somewhere. Only one win, but good recent form, consistent recent form towards the bottom of the ticket.
Yeah, Cheetah Lawpaw's a horse that I've always liked, and especially to use in the exotics because for some reason he gets disrespected a lot on the odds board, and we see that a lot in recent form for him, right? Like he hasn't taken much support in his latest few efforts, and he's usually in the mix and gets a piece of it at a big price. I mean, he hasn't been worse than fourth in his last 6 overall. He's got a check in his last 8 overall. He gets the rail control today. I thought he was good to be third last time, but he wasn't in the same time zone as Last Shot. So I think you can only use him underneath tonight. But wow, 14-1 again. Like he's the Rodney Dangerfield of horses. He doesn't get any respect, but he turns in good efforts every week.
And Third Time's the Dream, I can see why you're going back to this one. It's one that I've liked before in the past, and that was a really nice effort here, 2 back.
Oh, it was a huge effort two back. I mean, so much so that got hammered down to 80 cents the dollar last time. And this is a good rebound spot for this horse, right? Because you got to remember, Third Time's a Dream came back off 1 day of rest and then was stuck first over a long way before fading back to fifth. So, I mean, for we always talk about taking back value. An opportunity to take back value right now is on Third Time's a Dream because was hammered down last time on pretty much no rest, and now this time, is racing back on a regular rotation. And if they can overcome post seven, they can certainly, make their presence felt in here. So 8-1, not a bad price on Third Time's a Dream, and I wouldn't really begrudge anyone who bet him last time to come right back to him again tonight.
The one that I went to on the bottom of my ticket was 3 Toscano Girl. Good effort at Flamborough 2 races ago. The last one, not so much. But if you look further down the page, she has been in with some good company and fared okay.
Yeah, she has, and she's one that I can never guess right on. I just never when she wins, she does it without me, and when I pick her, she doesn't get the job done for me. So I maybe tonight's the night. I don't have her in my top four. Maybe tonight's the night she goes out and turns in a big mile.
Well, Rob, the tote board is saying that I'm wrong and that you are right with Last Shot 4-5. I've got Radiolab at 3-1. Want to see how it unfolds. Cheetah Bob and Last Shot on the inside of the center. Toscano Girl, she's under the radar, and Radiolab. And to the outside, Prince of Sussex and Third Time's the Dream. Field of 7, race number 2, and it is post time. Here they come. Giddy up. Field of 7 trotters for the second race. They're at the start and they're off. And Cheetah Bob, Last Shot, Toscano Girl, she's under the radar, and Radiolab. Then Prince of Sussex and Third Time's the Dream. And it is Cheetah Bob, Last Shot. Last Shot is going to come on now and take the lead from Cheetah Bob, and Toscano Girl is third. She's under the radar is fourth, and then Radiolab, Prince of Sussex, and Third Time's the Dream. Last Shot popped up to 2-1 now as they race on to the opening quarter. Cheetah Bob's racing second, Toscano Girl, and then she's under the radar at the opening quarter, 29 seconds. Radiolab has 2 beaten. That's Prince of Sussex and Third Time's the Dream. It is Last Shot and Jay Verino off a 29-second opening quarter, and Cheetah Bob is racing second. Toscano Girl on the inside. She's under the radar, took out, and Radiolab followed. She's under the radar to the outside. Prince of Sussex on the outside, and Third Time's the Dream is trailing the field. It is Last Shot as they work up to the half, and the halftime was recorded 59-2, a 30-2 second panel breather. As they work around the turn, Cheetah Bob's in the pocket on the back of Last Shot, and then she's under the radar on the outside. Might have stalled a little bit. Toscano Girl on the inside, then Third Time's the Dream. Radiolab is going to go 3 wide right now. Last Shot, Cheetah Bob. Now Radiolab is trying to dial in the front few, and then Toscano Girl. Radiolab is racing for Third Time's the Dream. She's under the radar, and Prince of Sussex, and it is Last Shot, Cheetah Bob, 3/4, 128-2. Third Time's the Dream, Toscano Girl, Prince of Sussex, Radiolab, and she's under the radar. Cheetah Bob has popped out against Last Shot as they turn for home. Last Shot on the inside, Cheetah Bob on the outside, on down the stretch where they come. Last Shot, Cheetah Bob, Last Shot trying to get there. Last Shot wins it. Cheetah Bob was second. Third Time's the Dream, and Prince of Sussex, Last Shot, popped up to 2-1 at the last cycle of the odds, Rob.
2-1's a monster price. It really is. You know what? I thought that we'd see them similar odds, right? Last Shot and Radiolab. The odds ended up kind of I guess correcting in the direction of the way the double will pays were, but Gary, you know what? I've followed this horse closely. Obviously, doing the broadcast here at Grand River and over at Western Fair. And Last Shot's a horse that I've seen a different animal in her last few starts, and that's the one thing that Sugar Doyle and I would always mention with her. When she's on her game, she can go out and beat preferred types on the B tracks. And today, she's driven with purpose again by JBR. And she holds on against, a game Cheetah Bob, a horse, again, we talked about, never gets any respect, right? He goes off at a big number again tonight, sits a 2-hole trip, and chases that one gamely to the wire. A couple anxious moments for yours truly, too, because they only bet it one way, and that's the way that it came in, though, so thankful for that.
Well, and considering the balance of the next legs, you kind of had to single here, or at least go no worse than 2 deep. But I like the fact that you went down to the signal and stuck to your guns. And look, I had a difference of opinion, and it certainly didn't unfold. We also saw how the half-mile track plays out. You get off the gate, Radiolab comes second over. The cover in front of him stalled, but also he didn't really have anything anyway.
No, he's a horse. I think too. Remember we said right. He's one that races so well when he gets put into play. I'm not so sure a second over trip's going to really be that great for him, especially if that cover stalls in front of him, which is what happened. Right, and it was a Toscano Girl, one that I can never guess right on tonight. I was on the right side of it, I guess, because I just didn't see how this race is going to work out for her. She kind of stalled in front of that one. But you're right. He didn't really show enough to really think he'd have a chance of getting a big piece of it. But third time's a dream. Slick drive there to come up the inside by Bruce Richardson to then move into third. I thought maybe that one might make some noise, but still a good third place finish at 11-1.
Well, number two, Last Shot. It comes in a winner, and your single to start off your pick four. Last Shot is a 6-year-old Archangel Brown mare, owned by Brittany Kennedy, trained by Julie Walker. The winning drive to J.B. Renault. Fifth win this year, 19th lifetime. Last Shot scores in 157-4. The second race payouts, number two, Last Shot, $6, 410, 271. Cheetah Lot 5, 770 and 490. And seven, third time's the dream, 540. Double to 5 and 2, 67.90. $2 exactor, $28, $30 try, 115.75. Superfecta, 391.10. The second race order finish from the top down 215-7643. That's 215-7643. Field for the third on parade. One Watcher Fly, Jay Harris for Craig Barnes and Nurko Sokolovic. Number 2, Better Not Mock Me, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Wayne McRae and Hammock Farms. Number 3, Panning for Treasure, Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll and Mark Cadman. Number 4, Matthews Rita, Anthony Hahn for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. 5 is Seal the Dark, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 6, Tobin's Wish, Ryan DeBrosh for Sheldon Rose. Number 7, Best Show, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. 8 is Batitude, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Michelle Letarte and Louis Bois. And 9 is Sporty Little Vixen, Brett McDonough for Mike Horner and Douglas Wilson and Mark Horner. Field of 9, race number 3. And, well, an interesting dash, Rob. And last race, I thought you would be going to Last Shot. I went to Radio Lab, and I was wrong. And I mentioned that we have a bunch of races tonight where we have differences of opinion. And I'm wondering, is it going to be that kind of a night? Because I thought you'd be going to Panning for Treasure here, and I was right and went against that. And you're sitting at 8-1 on a horse that, a mare that I could be afraid of in here.
Yeah, I guess I can't play poker with you because you'll know what I have every hand. Right?
Well, yeah, but Panic for Treasure is predictable because you can, if you just look further down the page, you can see spots. Look, back to back, runner up to Batitude, good measuring stick there, gets back to an inside post. Rob's going there, 8-1.
And that's the first thing that I saw, Gary, when I looked at the race. I said, okay, her last 3 are obviously and against tougher rivals. There's no doubt about that. So that's one of the top classes for pacing mares at Sarnia in her last 2. Before that, Nalmarissa 2 here is straight Nalmarissa 2. Now back to the claiming condition ranks, and like you said, only missed by half a length in back-to-back efforts to Batitude, and the difference tonight, one of them's got post 3 and one of them has post 8. So I don't. The 10-1 to me is bizarre right now. I thought she would take all kinds of support, but you know what? She didn't take support in either of those efforts. She missed by half a length of Attitude, and then the next week she went off at 6-1 again, and she got within half a length of that rival on that occasion. I'm happy to have her on top of that price. I'm thinking more like 4 or 5-1 come post time, but obviously she'd be a good result for the pick 4. Sadly, because the pick 5s are already on the floor for me.
Now, the logical place to go against Panic for Treasure is Watch Her Fly, because that was a really good race last time out, and right back on the inside again, looking to repeat.
Yeah, Watch Her Fly, I think is one that you've got to be, mindful of in here because, like you said, real control last time, led every step of the way, never let anyone get near her. But I think this is a very deep field for this class. Like I was kind of marveling at you could convince me to bet probably 5 different horses in here, maybe 6. It kind of comes down to what the price is. And right now I'm happy that I've got Panning for Treasure on top at 8-1 because I think that's a monstrous number. Watch Her Fly, obviously, maybe overbet at 9-5. It's a better price she went off at last time. But I do think there's a lot more depth to this field, and there's a lot of different angles to play. So I think she should have a big trip edge with the pole position. But again, I don't like the price at 9-5.
A filly that I'm really interested in seeing is Better Not Mock Me. Travis Cullen, first start Jody Cullen, that comes in from Charlottetown and had been with Gilles Barrio, a very accomplished horseman. So you know that this filly is going to be coming in here well looked after and then stepping into a pretty accomplished barn here, Jody Cullen.
Yeah, we never ignore Team Cullen, right? You've always got to, especially when they bring one in, their new recruits are usually pretty live. And this is one that comes in already with 11 top 3 finishes and 13 starts this year. Obviously, plying her trade over the half-mile service in the East Coast, and a lot of tactical speed to work with too, right? You look at that page, the only lines where you don't see her getting forwardly placed when she has post 7, which is a tough spot in Charlottetown. So I think that if you want to take 5-2 on her, I think that's an overlay in my opinion as well. I thought Batitude would be one of those ones tonight, Gary, that should be 3-2 or even money. But we're going to see 4 or 5-1 because of the post. Not happening right now. I think it's a real tough spot for her tonight.
I want to talk about Batitude ahead of your 4th pick, Matthews Rita, just because of the amount of money that Batitude's drawing.
Yeah, she's been fantastic. Right, she really has been. Since she's gone to the barn of Brett Lester, she's done so many great things. She's had all kinds of success over this surface. Last time out, she got nailed by Gimme a Corona at the wire in a prospect series. This is back to the condition claiming ranks, but it's post 8. Like, I just looked at this race. How does she get into it? There's so much speed to the inside of her. Maybe she raced him off the pace. Matthews Rita last time, that broken equipment, still had a real nice effort to be second, 25-1. You can convince me to bet her to win right now.
That's a huge value to get somewhere onto the ticket. I love that you're using Matthews Rita because She definitely fits with this group and was solid last race. Watch Her Fly, Better Not Mock Me, panning for treasure on the inside. In the center, Matthews Rita, Seal the Dark. To the outside, Tubman's Wish, Best Show, Batitude. And the second tier, Sporty Little Vixen. Field of 9, race number 3. There at the start of the rough. And Watch Her Fly, panning for treasure, is panning for the lead. Better Not Mock Me. And then on the inside, Sporty Little Vixen and Batitude is on the outside, racing fifth. Then Matthews Rita, Seal the Dark, Tobin's Wish and Best Show. Panning for treasure was panning for the early lead and got it. Garrett Rooney and panning for treasure. Lead of 2 1/4. Watch Her Fly is second. Better Not Mock Me is third. Then Sporty Little Vixen, Batitude from post 8 finds a seat on the inside fifth. Then Matthews Rita, Seal the Dark. And then Tobin's Wish and Best Show, 27 4. Solid opening panel, panning for treasure at 14 to 1. Watch Her Fly is racing second. Better Not Mock Me third, and Sporty Little Vixen is racing fourth, and Batitude now is going to come to the outside. Then it is back to Matthews Rita, Seal the Dark, Tobin's Wish and Best Show, panning for treasure, leading to the half, and panning for treasure. There goes Better Not Mock Me to the outside, coming first over. Watch Her Fly on the inside, and Batitude is moving up now into contention, and Sporty Little Vixen is still on the inside, and about 4 or 5 off the lead. 57 and 1 halftime, 29 and 2 second panel, panning for treasure. On the outside, Better Not Mock Me is closing ground. That lead is shrinking. It's down to just ahead. Watch Her Fly on the inside third, isn't right up tight in the pocket, and Batitude is racing fourth, and then Matthews Rita is sent out wide, and Sporty Little Vixen, but panning for treasure for now is holding off. Better Not Mock Me. Here comes Matthews Rita, and is out 3 wide. Matthews Rita is firing on the outside, 3 abreast, and is coming on hotly. 125 and 2 is the 3/4 time. Matthews Rita, Better Not Mock Me, panning for treasure on the inside and scooting up the inside. Watch Her Fly as they come to the finish. Better Not Mock Me. Better Not Mock Me wins it. Matthews Rita second. Then it's between Watch Her Fly and Sporty Little Vixen. 155 and 3. That was a really interesting horse race, and you got a nice run for your money. Had a price on Panning for Treasure. Matthews Rita was in the hunt at a big price, but it ends up being Jody Cullen and Better Not Mock Me, Rob.
Yeah, and I ended up betting Matthews Rita. What I say on there, Gary, I'm transparent. I'm going to tell people what I'm betting. I saw that price on Matthews Rita. I bet her to win. Got a run for my money on that one as well. I mean, I was happy, the way it was panning out in the last turn. Panning for Treasure, she was kind of coming back to them. But Matthews Rita was flying. She has to settle for second. And you know what? We talked about it, right? Team Cullen with a new recruit who's in good form. Watch out, right? I mean, you can never rule them out, especially when they're getting their hands on one for the first time. And I love that Travis, we always often talk about this as well, is he puts horses in positions to win, and he wasn't afraid to move first over. When he went first up here, I said, okay, this will be interesting. Because if Panning for Treasure can put her away, this could be set up a real big, some real big payouts in here. But it wasn't going to happen. Better Not Mock Me. Just kind of kept grinding her down. And Matthews Rita, I mean, that's a tough move to make. I was getting a little bit excited. You kind of start leaning, thinking, okay, maybe this horse can get there. But she raced really well to be second at a bomb price.
Yeah, and the other thing with Better Not Mock Me, I toyed with the idea of using this one on top because of coming from the barn of Gilles Barrio. He's a pretty accomplished horseman, and so this horse, this filly will already be set up well, and then moving into Jody Cullen, ready to roll. Just worried about, September 9th was still in Charlottetown.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's a long trek, right? And sometimes horses take a little bit of time to kind of recuperate from that relocation from there to here. But Better Not Mock Me. She raced fantastic tonight, first over a long way, and Team Cullen with another victory here at the River.
Back in front of us is number 2, Better Not Mock Me, a 3-year-old better than Shetter Bay filly, owned by Wayne McRae and Hamac Farms. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Travis Cullen, the winning driver, 5th win this year, 5th lifetime. Better Not Mock Me. 155 and 3 for a new mark. The third race payouts to Better Not Mock Me, $4.50, $3 and $3.10. For Matthews Rita, $15 and $8.10. 9 Sporty Little Vixen, $10.30. $2 exactor, $107.70. Dollar try, $866.40. Dollar super, $1,328.50. The third race, so we'll finish from the top down, 415-278-963. That's 415-278-963. Field 4, race number 4 is on Parade 1. Wood Chip and Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Graham Jackson. And number 2, Muscled Charm, Colin Keller for Alan Bredner and Ron Sneddon. 3, Torsten Nick Boyd for Brian Peterson. And number 4, Mama Made Me Good, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. 5, All-Star Majesty, Austin Sorry for Kyle Bossens and Ken Albrecht. 7 is Amber Ornament, Jimmy Bruno for Julie Walker and Yvonne Permetier. Number 8 is Irish Dreamer, Mariel Enberg for Paul Reed. Number 9, Rack Attack, Preston Shaw for Joe Shaw and Dale Larson. Number 10, SOS Jewel, Sylvain Grenier drives and trains and owns. It's a field of 9. The 6 is out. The 10 is in post position 6. And, well, why don't we just stay right there with number 10, SOS Jewels, because, Rob, you've gone to SOS Jewels on top, and I know you often love throwing in the 10 when the 10 is in. Now, not just any old 10, I mean one that you believe in, but certainly you do get value because, as you mentioned, oftentimes people don't know the 10 is in and don't look that closely.
Yeah, and you know what? I got excited today. I got a text today saying, race 4, 6 scratched, but 10 draws in. And right away I go, oh, that's perfect. And Gary, honestly, at that point, I have no idea who the 10 is, because I don't look at the All Soldiers when I'm handicapped the card ahead of time. I go back, look at the race, and go, oh, okay, this is interesting. If the horse has any chance, I will be using that 10 somewhere. Maybe not in the multi-legs, but definitely in exotics. Any also eligible that draws in that has a chance I'm going to use. But this is not just one that has a chance because you saw that victory last time out. She was a winner at Flamborough Downs. I thought it was a good victory. She got up by a neck on the end of it. She was in decent form before that as well. And the only thing I don't like about tonight is not drawing into a sneaky good post, right? You got to work from post 6, but she does have tactical speed, and she displayed that last time. That's when she got that 2-hole trip at Flamborough Downs before she got up by a neck at the wires. So I just, I think that 7-1 right now is you're getting an overlay probably because of that also eligible status. And I think that SOS Jules in with a big chance here.
And look at her traveling log. Georgian Downs, then to Sarnia, then to Three Rivers, then back to Georgian Downs. Oh, let's go back to Three Rivers and then Flamborough, and now here at Grand Rivers. So she's been getting around, and you think she's going to get around this track well and get to the winner's circle. But number 9, Rack Attack, has to do it from the trailer post and does show some X's on the dance card, but also shows some pretty fine speed.
Yeah, it does. I mean, 19-1 on this one. The only thing I really, obviously, young, 2-year-old against older horses, I usually steer clear of that. Trailing post, right, with an inexperienced trotter. But when you look at, who he's been racing against, right, and even just staying in the same vicinity of private access, and not just, I mean, got used pretty hard in the early going of that race. Numbers of 5,000 life at Mohawk Park 2 back July 27th. And now, obviously he has left the barn of Sean Stacy to Joseph Shaw, who I always like betting on trotters out of Joseph Shaw's barn. And Preston Shaw gets along well with them too. So I just looked at Rack Attack and said, you know what? Maybe this is one that might be more of a play down the road. Time off between starts, obviously, but I that never really hinders me as much when a horse has changed, barns, because now they've had more time to tinker with that horse. So trailing post tonight, I'm thinking get a piece of it at a big price right now, 20-1. Was not expecting that at all. And I wouldn't really, think anyone is making a bad decision if they decided to, try this one this evening, because maybe you get ahead of the curve. Maybe we put this one on the watch list next time out. Who knows? Maybe it's tonight, though. This isn't the toughest field in the world.
My top one is for Mama Made Me Good, but you know my theory, what you do in maiden trotters with the favorite.
Yeah, you say throw the favorite out and find the rest of them to box, right? And the thing is with her, 2-year-old, right, against older horses as well, wins at 9-2 last time. Now you got to accept 6-5, and she kind of split horses late to get up by a head. It wasn't like she won, easy or anything like that, right? So 6-5 is too short in my opinion. Wood Chip in the 1 is one that I really like the way he traveled Thought he could have finished a bit stronger last time, but this is now second start of his career, and I'm a fan of the holidays as you are too.
Yeah, and he's got that inside post position and did have the inside before, so he knows what it looks like from down in there. And taking up their positions, Wood Chippin, Muscle Charm, Torsten. In the center, Mama May Be Good, All Star Majesty. To the outside, SOS Jewels, Amber Ornament, and Irish Dreamer. And the second tier, Rack Attack. And Wood Chippin is well back early right now. Field for the fourth race, and Wood Chippin has broken stride. There at the start of the rough, Mama May Be Good, Muscle Charm, SOS Jewels gets out well and is racing into the front three as they work on around the turn. Then positioned on the inside and racing fourth now, that is Rack Attack, but now taking fourth is All-Star Majesty. Then it is Rack Attack, Amber Ornament, and Torsten, and Irish Dreamer. But it is Mama May Be Good who's good early and leads Muscle Charm. Mama May Be Good's the even money favorite. Muscle Charm is second. Then SOS Jewels at 4-1 is third. Then it is All-Star Majesty positioned fourth. The front four have some separation on the rest of the field, and Torsten went off stride. Racing fifth right now is Rack Attack, and then Amber Ornament and Irish Dreamer. Now popping out from third, and on the move is SOS Jewels, 29 and 4 opening quarter. Mama May Be Good. SOS Jewels on the outside, and then on the inside, Muscle Charm still in the pocket. All-Star Majesty is racing fourth. It is Mama Made Me Good at Andre Goy with a front. Applying pressure is SOS Jewels. 1 minute, 1/5 the halftime, 30 and 2 second panel as they work their way on into the backstretch. And Mama Made Me Good still has the lead. Muscle Charm second. SOS Jewels on the outside is now getting just a touch of urging to come on and moves up and takes over second and has dead aim on Mama Made Me Good. SOS Jewels now and Mama Made Me Good. All-Star Majesty now is moving up, and then Muscle Charm. SOS Jewels has come on to grab the lead. Mama Made Me Good could not hold off SOS Jewels. All-Star Majesty is third and is on the back of SOS Jewels, and Mama Made Me Good hasn't thrown in the towel, and off stride goes All-Star Majesty. Irish Dreamer is kicking, but has a lot of work to do when they turn for home. SOS Jewels on down the stretch route they come. SOS Jewels, as they come to the finish, is going to score flying at the finish was Irish Dreamer. Came from the clouds to finish second. Then it was Mama Made Me Good and Muscle Charm, SOS Jewels, and post position 10. You gotta love it.
Yeah, you do gotta love it, and I don't think this horse should be that price in here, Gary. I really don't. Like, you saw that victory at Flamborough Downs. It was just a few nights ago, and I watched that race live because I always like listen to my pal Gary call the races wherever he is, and got up by a neck in that one. And I thought it was pretty easy too. Like, kind of grinded the winner down in the stretch, and then obviously, if Irish Dreamer maybe was a little bit more into the race early on, may have caused some problems for SOS Jewels tonight. But you can see Sylvain Grenier here with a tight hold, and then a couple taps just to keep SOS Jewels mind on business there to close it out when Irish Dreamer got closer. But this is a horse coming off the also eligible that I think if she just drew into the race and she didn't come in from the also eligible, she would have been bet down heavily in here, and you're getting value on one that just kind of gets missed. 4-1 on the board, and I hope a bigger price in the multi-leg wagers. I really do.
Probably would have been the favorite, or at least even with Mama May Be Good on the board, because a win in 2-1 and 3 at Flamborough, and Mama May Be Good winning in 2-2 and 3 here.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, it's one of those ones too that when I looked at this race, when I got that text today to say that SOS Jewels drew in, I said, okay, like, we're not going to get a price vertically, but we will in the pick 5 and the pick 4. So, this is a horse that you've got to use everywhere in those multi-legs, because probably when we get to the race, she'll get bet down. Now, I think she's probably a much shorter price right now at 4-1 than she is in those multi-leg wagers, but that's still a monster number. And these exotics are going to be fantastic, because I think Irish Dreamer, probably a bigger number than the exotics as well. And post 8, so hard to use one from out there, especially in the trot. I believe it's still been shut out on the meet, post 8 on the trot.
I'll tell you one thing, if Irish Dreamer draws any kind of post position next time, and maybe even regardless, you got to use that one.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. It was flying late. And Sylvain Grenier, that was a good drive there. I love it. You think you're on the best horse in the race, you pull first over, you grind them down, get the job done. Even better when Robbie gets a winner.
And Robbie's flying high tonight has had the right idea. And SOS Jules back in front of us at 3-year-old. Looks like it's Chippendale Bay filly. Owned and trained and driven to victory by Sylvain Grenier. It is the second win for SOS Jules in a row, second lifetime, 202 and 3. The fourth race payouts number 10. SOS Jules 1030 623 10. 8 Irish Dreamer 994.64. Mama made me good 280. $2 exactor 69.80. Dollar try 104.20. Dollar super 655.10. Fans note in this fifth race, claims entered on 6 Royal Renegade and 7 Bad Eye Bill. Race 5, single claims on 6 Royal Renegade and 7 Bad Eye Bill. Fourth race, silver finish from the top, 94836 scratch 5271. That's 94836 scratch 5271. Field for the fifth on parade. The Royal City Racers pace. One passionate prince. Austin Sorry for Courtney Robson. Number 2 is State of Play. Jay Harris for Bernard Wills and Simon Sardellis. Number 3, He's Got Swagger. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and A1 Stable. And for Rising Dragon, Ryan Rush for Sheldon Rose. Number 6, Royal Renegade, James Bailey for Mitchell Tierney and Antonio DeMario. Number 7, Bad Eye Bill, Scott Calder for Gerard Demers and Luke View. 8, It's Getting Ugly, Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and Brittany Smeltzer. 9 is Coin Flip, Brett McDonough for Joe Pereira. Field of 9 for race number 5, going to post shortly. This dash features the Super High 5, and there is a look at number 5, Land of Royalty. It is Travis Henry for Bruce Cleaver. Well, Rob, so far this evening I've been trying to go head-to-head with you, and it has not worked out well. And again, in this race, we're going head-to-head. You've got number 3, He's Got Swagger. And the reason why I didn't want to go this direction, I have a lot of respect for him. And we've already seen the Jody Cullen barn this evening. But He's Got Swagger hasn't been racing since January the 12th.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's a classy veteran though. But just an update on the new money, Gary, and this carryover, right? So the carryover, it's a good one, right? Already $3,263, and the new money is already at $4,671. Pools guaranteed at $10,000. A wagering opportunity you don't want to miss out on. I love these high five wagers as a carryover. They're all that much better. And more intriguing. And this is a field, Gary, that's very interesting. And I looked at this race, and you're immediately, your eyes go to He's Got Swagger, right? He's the class of the field. And if he was racing on a regular rotation off those lines at Flamborough Downs back in January, you'd say, okay, this is a slam dunk. But you're right. He's been off some time after a vet scratch sick, and it's a lengthy time away. And the qualifier, it's not one that, looks all that appealing on paper. But the thing is that he's a horse that as you've called many of his wins, he likes to get put into play. When he gets put into play, he's a different horse, and if that happens tonight from post 3, I think he's going to be tough in here as long as he's ready to roll, and Team Cullen generally sends them out ready to go. So I think that on top, for me, it was hard for me to go against him just because if his true self shows up tonight, I don't see how he gets beat. It's just a matter, is he ready to go? First time off the bench at the age of 8, and if he is, 8-5 might be a bargain. But very interesting when you have one like this, taking all the money, knowing that if he's ever not ready to roll off the bench, it could set up a real huge payout in this high 5.
I think it's a really interesting dash, and I like the angle of going against him because of the time. Number 2, State of Play. I can never figure this horse out, and he raced really well here. 2 races to go first up and still a winner.
Yeah, he was first up. I remember I needed All Go No Woe, and not only was State of Play first up, he was first up. Then he held that one off. Looked like All Go No Woe was just gonna, inhale him at any point, and State of Play dug in and won like a good thing on that occasion. Then went to Mohawk Park against Tougher. It got away 9th off the gate. That wasn't going to work out for him. Got beat by a wide margin in Military Secret, but now he comes, back to the river in a palatable spot. Because he's in for the lowest price tag, he draws an inside post, which is always important in these races, right? I mean, you usually look at the claiming handicaps to say the horses on the outside of the gate are valued higher by their connections, but many in this race are in for that 10,500, and he's got the better draw of several of them. So State Up plays in with a big chance for me. You look at the accomplishments of He's Got Swagger, 43 lifetime victories, 242,000 made, half the victories for State Up Play, but almost the same amount in earnings.
Number 7, Bad Eye Bill is my top one in here. Claim entered on the 6 and the 7. That last race at Flamborough, it was stunning because they kind of went a slow half, and he was way back last at the half, and he came flying to finish second and out 3 wide.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you said it was stunning. Like it caught my eye. I remember watching the races that night. I don't miss too many races in Ontario. I try to watch them all live when I can. And I was watching that one, and he's one of those ones where you're looking at it and say, okay, who's that? Who is this for next time? And he got on my watch list as a result of that. But I saw post 7 tonight. He's probably to do the same thing, right? He's going to have to come from way out of it. 4-1's not a bad price on him, but I think they just might be too much to overcome. If there's a big speed battle earlier, which there might be because Royal Renegade, the 6 is going to likely blast off the gate as well, then maybe it sets up for Bad Eye Bill.
And just a little bit more on 6 Royal Renegade claim in.
Yeah, last time, I mean, he had every chance to beat a boy named Suze, and he ended up still finishing a good second when that one sailed past him. But yeah, for me, I think it's just a smaller piece at best tonight. Might get into trouble if he blasts off the gate.
Well, sitting at a nice price of 8-1. Right now, he's got Swagger 4-5 off the long layoff. Passionate Prince, state of play. He's got Swagger on the inside. In the center, Rising Dragon, Land of Royalty. To the outside, Royal Renegade, Bad Eye Bill. It's getting ugly. And the second tier, Coin Flip. Field of 9, fifth dash. Here they come. They're at the start and the rough. He's got Swagger, Land of Royalty, Royal Renegade, and Passionate Prince as they charge on around that first turn. He's got Swagger, Passionate Prince on the inside. Royal Renegade is going to drive right out now for James Bailey and take the lead. And then he's got Swagger second, Passionate Prince is third. Land of Royalty is fourth. Then State of Play and Coin Flip. It's getting ugly. Then for the back, Rising Dragon and Bad Eye Bill trails the field of the opening quarter. Royal Renegade at 10-1 leads. He's got Swagger. Passionate Prince is on the inside third. Land of Royalty. Then it is State of Play. And back to Coin Flip. Now it's getting ugly. Is going to start to move to the outside. Then Rising Dragon and Bad Eye Bill. 27-2. Solid opening quarter. And Royal Renegade in search of a second panel breather with he's got Swagger in the pocket. Now Land of Royalty has landed a first up trip. And then Passionate Prince on the inside. And Coin Flip is on the outside, second over fib. And then it is he's got Swagger. And back further on the outside, it's getting ugly. And then it is back to Rising Dragon. Bad Eye Bill trails the field. 57-1 halftime. And now popping off cover goes Land of Royalty. And it is Royal Renegade on the outside, Land of Royalty. He's got Swagger on the inside on the back of Royal Renegade. And then Coin Flip's going to get out 3 wide on the inside, Passionate Prince. Bad Eye Bill is now looking to sweep the field and is moved up. Bad Eye Bill is closing hard. 3/4 won, 26-3. Royal Renegade, 4 wide, Bad Eye Bill, 3 wide, Coin Flip. And looking for room, he's got Swagger on the inside and then Land of Royalty. They turn for home. Bad Eye Bill, Royal Renegade on the inside. Bad Eye Bill on the outside on down the stretch drive, and then he's have Swagger up the inside, and they're all there as they come to the finish, charging in the center of the track. It looked like maybe Royal Renegade held on, but Bad Eye Bill on the outside, Royal Renegade, they were all there at the finish along with he's got Swagger on the inside, but I thought it was Royal Renegade, 156-3.
It was a crazy dash, wasn't it? I mean, Royal Renegade got to the lead. I thought it'd be much tougher sledding, Gary, to get to the front in this race. There's a lot of speed. I thought to the inside, but I guess leaving out in 27-2 gets him there. He gets swarmed by the entire field here. I mean, most of the field anyways. And I didn't think he'd be able to see it out, but it looks like he did. I mean, we'll see. But they kind of all come in close here at the wire.
It is pretty close, and you know what? I wouldn't mind being wrong because then that gives me Bad Eye Bill. But my top 2 were the 7-6, so and we'll see. I should say also at Flamborough I've been wrong on the wire a lot, and so it's different wires. At Grand River I seem to have it more figured out, and there is the 6 holding on over the 7.
Yeah, and I mean, I desperately needed the 7 as well for the pick 4. But Royal Renegade, gets home. I mean, took on, all challengers there. Certainly helps things when you have, a long shot come first over at you because Royal Renegade doesn't typically see that middle half the way he got that one, right? 27-2, but reasonable splits in the middle half, and that kind of helps him close it out there, 56-3. Sometimes he's actually, getting tired on the end of his miles and coming home slower than 30 seconds. Tonight he was able to do it. and fends off Bad Eye Bill by a whisker on the wire.
And Pat Ivel was up 4 wide on the final turn. And this it's the difference between the stretch drive here in Flamborough. Flamborough is a little bit easier to come from farther back, and the stretch, I guess, is just a little longer, but Bad Eye Bill just misses by inches.
Yeah, he does. And you know what? I think that if you told me that that race was going to be 57 to the half to 126 and 3, like you'd see that kind of reasonable middle panels there, I probably wouldn't have believed you because I really thought there'd be a lot of action in that race, and I mean, there was to an extent, but I think when Royal Renegade made the front so easily, it kind of changed everything.
Yeah, and it tells you how well Bad Eye Bill raced because that really didn't set up well for him. He was last still as they turned down the backside.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I mean, that's the kind of the problem with Bad Eye Bill. So, and talking over this race with some friends of mine, we always talk about carryovers. The problem is with Bad Eye Bill is you look at his paper and his post tonight, and you know where he's coming from. You have to hope that he's going to be able to to make that move, from way off the pace to get the job done.
And I did think it was the right idea just because of the tote board with He's Got Swagger to play against the favorite. It's certainly not a comment against Jody Cullen. They do so much winning. But you got to try to find vulnerable favorites, and having not raced since January 12th, I thought made him a vulnerable favorite.
Yeah, oh, no doubt. I mean, he was. I mean, he ends up getting that two-hole trip after blasting off the wings of the gate, and didn't really have all that much of the passing lane, right? But he's an 8-year-old, so he probably might take a couple starts before he gets to find his best stride. 7-5 tonight. You were correct in going against him. I just thought that he might be able to do it on memory. It didn't work out tonight for him, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of and maybe take a big step forward in his next couple of starts.
Well, I was right, but I was wrong because my top two were 7-6. So, doesn't get you anything if you're playing it with the 7 on top.
That's still a nice call, though, right? 10-1 winner with Royal Renegade and Bad Eye Bill. 2-1 took all kinds of late action, but I think he's a bigger price than that in the exotics.
And the claims are in on the 6 and 7. That also is an interesting handicapping angle to pay attention to. And that claim on Royal Renegade, and look, has gate speed post 6 normally. Maybe if there's not a claim in, he doesn't gun out like that from post 6. But no tomorrow for the barn with Mitchell Tierney with Royal Renegade and James Bailey blasting out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But I think we haven't talked about yet. It's a high five, right? This high five, first of all, outside numbers with a 6 and 7 on top. Already talked about Royal Renegade being 10-1. How about 30-1, 45-1 underneath? This is going to be an incredible payout.
If it pays out, and we'll see. But if not, then we'll do a carryover. But we'll get the price coming up shortly. But coming back in front of us, the winner in a really interesting dash was number 6, Royal Renegade. An 11-year-old J.K. Royal Bay gelding by Antonio DeMario of Sudbury. It's a Sudbury Wednesday night. Mitchell Tierney is the trainer. James Bailey, the winning driver. It's the 6th win this year, 43rd lifetime for Royal Renegade. 156 and 3. The 5th race payout, 6 Royal Renegade, $22, $7.70 and $5.30. 7 Bad Eye Bill, $3.83.30. 9 Coin Flip, $10.10. The exactor, 6 and 7 Royal Renegade and Bad Eye Bill, $114.70. Dollar try, $537.55. Dollar pick 3, $289.60. Dollar pick 4, $792.45. The dollar pick 5, $5,000 to $128.20, and a 20-cent high five is large as well. We'll give you that 20-cent high five on the next cycle. 7,134.17 on the 20-cent high five. That's what you call Kaboom shakalaka. The fifth race. Order of finish from the top down 785 941 263. That's 785 941 263. Note the claim of 6 Royal Renegade. The new trainer will be Cameron McQueen. And 7 Bad Eye Bill, the new trainer Mike Hamlin.
Well, how about that high five payout in race number 5? Carryover going into it, and it paid incredible. Royal Renegade, a horse that has had success here at the River, blasted the lead, took on all challengers, gets the job done at 10-1, and it paid over $7,000 for a 20-cent bet. Congratulations if you were one of the lucky ticket holders. And now we're going to turn the page to race 6 and the late pick 5 with a low takeout of 15%. And for yours truly, we're going to spend a lot less in the second pick five tonight. Just 2-6 here in the opening leg. That's Dirt and Petro Angel. Petro Angel was a real big time winner last time out at Sarnia. Happy to go too deep here in the opening leg. Race 7, the 1, 3, 4, and 5. 4 deep in that one, thinking it kind of looks like an open looking condition claimer for non-winners of 30,000 life. Tag is $15,000. Race 8, just the 2, Tijuana Seals her, thinking that that mare can get back into the win column. She had that big win streak here at the River. She's been defeated in each of her last 2, finishing second at this venue. I think tonight she rebounds her way to the winner's circle. Race 9, the 1 and 4, that's Cadillac and Looks Like Magic. And then race 10, the 2 and 3. I really like Catkin Morgan in race 10. That's my spot play of the night, number 2. Also using the 3 Gucci Girl. That ticket just $6.40 for a 20-cent ticket, spending a lot less in this late pick 5. We want to map out your winning wagers for that sequence. Takeout's always a low 15%. We'll come back in just a minute or two to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field on parade for the 6th, and there is number 2 Dirt, Paul McKenzie for Paul Meekins in Saltwater Stable. Number 3 is Quite Fast, Todd Ratchford for Matthew Bax in Back Stable and Glengate Farm. Number 4, CM Savewell, Daryl Thiessen for Dominique Ladoux. Number 5 is Boom Dynamite, Scotty Golder for Gerard Demaris and Triple S Equine. Number 6 is Petro Angel, Brent McDonald for Daryl Laver. Number 7, Flying Formation, Austin Sorry for Craig Yates and Frank Lamacchi and Tony Maselli in Dean Marson Stable. 8 is scratched, and there is 1 Muscle Up the Gold, Natasha Day for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. Field of 7 for race number 6. It is the hump race on this Wednesday evening. And Rob, next Wednesday you're going to be here live on track, and the cleaning crew was up in your booth there getting it all cleaned up. I guess they left the light on.
Good.
But you know why we gave you that room is because, well, I know that you love the sky here at Grand River, so I wanted to make sure you had a good view of it.
I'm happy. That's amazing, and I'm happy to get back up there. Hopefully, you've got my my safety harness to climb up there and everything, and looking forward to being up there on Wednesday night. Yeah, no, I can't wait to get back out there, Gary. Finals of the Prospect Series, always a fun night of racing, and even better when I'm live at the river.
We'll even send you some margarita pizza, but we might have to pay the delivery guy a little extra to take it up there.
Yeah, nice. Well, I'm always down for some margarita pizza too.
But number 6, Petro Angel, is the one that you're going to try to cash in on here. And look, Petro Angel only even money, but that last race at Sarnia, and of course you watch all these races, that was pretty much a walk in the park for Petro Angel.
Yeah, she was incredible. And you know what? I love when Petro Angel gets handled aggressively. She's one that you know always does her best work when she gets put into play. And I think that tonight that's got to be the game plan, right? She's had Brett McDonald aboard in the past, and I'm hoping he kind of follows suit with that trip last time out. Now it was the pole position, and I think obviously against a group that was beatable at Hiawatha, but I think this group is just as beatable tonight for Petro Angel, and if she comes back to that effort, they're going to have a tough time keeping up with her.
Well, and Petro Angel leaving hard from an outside post position, but Dirt could muddy up things a little bit for Petro Angel here because has a better gate position and can certainly fly off the wings.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the thing is with Dirt, right? It's a horse that coming into this off of a bit of a gap after being distanced on August the 16th. Last time qualified, winning qualifier at Flamborough Downs on September the 9th. And the thing about Dirt is that I think he's more than capable to go with anyone in this group if he's on his game, and the qualifier suggests that he is. So for me, I'm hoping that's the lineup in here. I'm hoping that Petra Angel goes forward off the gate this time around. When we've seen her here in the past, usually gets away, maybe forwardly placed, but not with the lead. I'm hoping the lineup might be 6-2-2-6 in here, and then we'll see how it all plays out. But Dirt's an overlay right now at 8-1. I don't think he should be that price in here. Yes, there's a question mark with the distance line last time, but certainly well within his reach.
Number 7, Flying Formation, just one win on the air, but certainly one that flashes enough speed to be a pretty big factor here. And second start off of being sick.
Yeah, Flying Formation, it's interesting because he's been facing against some, decent rivals at Mohawk Park. And before that vet scratch sick, he was, kind of, not able to be competitive in many of those efforts. Then he came back last time out and got forwardly placed again, which is how he does his best work. And he ended up fading back to third. But the winner of that race, Onaratak Perfetto, I'm pretty sure we're more than happy to take him against this group. And 4-1 though from post 7, Gary. It's so hard for me to get there at that number on one that probably needs the lead or close to it to be effective. And I'm just not sure it works out for him tonight in that way. But one that you can't leave out of the exotics.
Number 1, Muscle Up the Gold, is a value right now at 16-1. Has been racing better, but was fourth to Petro Angel last time out.
Yeah, and real control's big for this one. A horse that does have some tactical speed. When she does get the right post to work from, she got away fourth. In this against a similar group over here at the river in August 16th. I think she might get away somewhere similar tonight. If she's just the right kind of trip, she can likely make her presence felt to land somewhere in the exotics. 15-1. We see the rail hit the the try and the super so often here, and she's certainly good enough to do that in this race.
I should note the last time that Muscle Up the Gold won, Petro Angel was second, and Muscle Up the Gold won by 5 lengths in that one. So 15-1 is kind of enticing.
Yeah, 15-1 versus 7-5, right? So if you want to take a flyer, you like betting long shots, that's probably the one for you.
Well, it is my top pick, so we'll see how the 15-1 shot works out here. But Muscle Up the Gold and Dirt on the inside. In the center, quite fast, CM Save Will, and boom, dynamite to the outside. Petro Angel in Flying Formation. Field of 7, race number 6. Field of 7 trotters for race number 6. Starts the late pick 5. Here they come. And there at the start, and Sim Savo went off stride. Dirt drives out quickly with quite fast, and then boom, dynamite. Petro Angel in Flying Formation. Then on the inside, Muscle Up the Gold and CM Save Will. And now off stride is Flying Formation. Into the backstretch they go. Dirt has the lead. Boom Dynamite still racing on the outside, and on the inside, third is quite fast. Then Muscle Up the Gold is fourth away, and Petro Angel is fifth, and now Boom! Dynamite is going to come on and clear to the lead, and Dirt is racing second. Boom Dynamite, 9-5 on the board, leads right now by 3. Dirt's racing second. Quite Fast is third. Muscle Up the Gold is racing fourth, and then Petro Angel, and back to CM Safewell. 28 in one opening quarter. Boom Dynamite and Scotty Coulter was last at the half last race. Well, first at the half in this one. Boom Dynamite leads by 2. Dirt is racing second. Quite Fast now is angling towards the outside and will give cover to Petro Angel. Muscle Up the Gold stays down to the inside, and then CM Safewell in flying formation into the backstretch, and it is Boom Dynamite who's leading by about 2.5 or 3. Dirt second. Quite Fast third, and Muscle Up the Gold is still on the inside on the back of Dirt. Petro Angel is spotted second over fifth, but has a lot of work to do as Boom Dynamite's very good. 58 in one halftime, and they race the way toward 3/4. Boom Dynamite continues to march. Dirt is racing second. Muscle Up the Gold is looking to drive through to the inside, but still is on the back of Dirt. 3 wide Petro Angel. Center of the track is Quite Fast. Boom Dynamite leads comfortably. The advantage about 3.5 lengths. Dirt on the inside. Muscle Up the Gold is blocked in the back of Dirt, and on the outside, Petro Angel. 1:27 and 4 3/4, and boom! Dynamite! Race number 6 is got it, and now exploding up the inside to finish second is Muscle Up the Gold, then Dirt and Petro Angel. 1:58 and 1. Boom! Dynamite, Rob.
Yeah, much the best winner. Not one that I saw doing that tonight, but hey, listen, was intent on having that lead, kept driving out for it, and was just gone. I mean, Dirt, I thought, looked pretty good in the early going, struggling to keep up to Boom Dynamite in the stretch here. You can see he's all out. He gets picked up by at least one rival. Yeah, just one rival ends up fading back to third. Muscle Up the Gold comes in for second at that big price we were mentioning, 13-1. And yeah, listen, Boom Dynamite. I could have been more wrong about this race, Gary.
Yeah, and also, I guess if we're looking at the watch list, Muscle Up the Gold, Natasha Day had to wait until she could get the passing lane because Dirt had her blocked all the way around as she elected to stay down to the inside on the back of Dirt.
Yeah, no, and again, one that, like I said, that's kind of the trip I expected for Muscle Up the Gold, and I think that she probably needs that inside journey to get a big piece of it in here. I don't know if you really want to take too much air with her. But yeah, she waited for that room, and she utilized the pass lane to get up for second at a big price. And yeah, one that you can certainly utilize at this level, especially when she draws well. I thought she was a big overlay tonight at that number.
Yeah, and Boom Dynamite, look, that last race, a tough outing at Flamborough, but certainly the race before that was very good, finishing second. Now, second as the favorite, but had a lot of credentials to be favored in that spot.
Yeah, definitely did, and that's the thing. Tonight being handled aggressively, getting that all important lead here at the river, and really there was no one that could really challenge him for it after that. Petro Angel, decent enough ever be fourth, but not what I was expecting off her latest.
Well, it comes a 5-1-2-6. Boom! Dynamite in race number 6. And coming back in front of us, a 5-year-old Broadway Hall Bay gelding, owned by a Triple S Equine. Trained by GRR Demare. Second win this year, 16th lifetime. The winning drive to Scotty Coulter, the 10 Tornado, victorious in race number 6. Boom! Dynamite. The sixth race payouts five. Boom! Dynamite 583 73 10. One muscle up the gold 850 340. Two dirt $2 $3. $2 exactor 49.60. Dollar try 140 $55. Super 523.50. The sixth race order finished in the top 2, 3, 5, 7, 1, 4, 6 scratch. That's 2, 3, 5, 7, 1, 4, 6 scratch. Field for race number 7 on parade 1. King Jules, Scotty Kohler for Jim Wellwood and Jeffrey Wellwood. Number 2 is Woodmere Gaelic, James Bailey for Mitchell Tierney and Antonio DeMario. And Antonio Belfour. Number 3, Just Call Me Pete. Colin Kelly for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 4 is Serial Killer Austin Sorry for Courtney Robson. And number 5 is Last Call Jerome, Preston Shaw for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Number 6, Sharky, Jay Harris for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. And number 7, Bryant Sealster, Travis Henry for John Kennedy. It is a field of 7. Race number 7, the Grand River Agricultural Society Board of Directors Memorial Race. And, well, Rob, this is another one of those races that we have a difference of opinion on top. But you know what? At the price that you're getting on number 3, Just Call Me Pete, I think I'd like to jump aboard with you.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to hold come post time, Gary, but this is going to be kind of telling, right? Love to see a score down here because Just Call Me Pete's a speedster type who does good things on the engine. And those last 2 victories he's had, and they're not too long away. Both at Clinton, both on the engine, and last time was in an optional $8,500 claimer. Before that was a $7,000 condition claimer. So I don't really think last time out he beat some horses that I think could be more than capable of than beating this group as well. Not a bad score down there, nothing too crazy, but I just thought that he might offer some value. And right now he's doing exactly that at 16-1. This is just the 5th start for trainer Cassidy Schneider. He's already locked up 2 victories, and I think he looks more than capable against this group. Last time out, post 10 Mohawk Park. Sometimes these types of horses just do better on the beat tracks, going miles that aren't so fast, and probably trying to stay with the group anyways. When they were going a much quicker pace, probably made him fade out of it and come home in 32 seconds. So I'm not too worried about that. And 15-1's a huge number on the board.
And I should mention that he is my second choice in here, so I'm not just jumping aboard your top one. The one that I did go to on top and had been taking a lot of the money early now is 2-1. Is 1 King Jules, and we've had some interesting watches on King Jules this year.
Yeah, he seems to really thrive when he gets the right kind of trip, and that you can say that about any horse, but he seems to really capitalize on it, right? When he gets that 2-hole trip or a 3-hole trip, when he gets some clearance in the stretch, he finds a way to get his nose to the wire. And last time out, he missed by a head to 3 somewhere. And in the stretch, either he was probably running in a bit, and 3 somewhere was kind of running out a bit, and maybe that cost him the race in the end. He was 3-1 on that occasion, missing by a head, and now he slides down to the pole position, which should just further help his chances to get that variable trip that he does so well with. So, not one that I expect to see trying to cut it out, but you can rest assured he's going to be looking for that 2-hole, 3-hole, and if he can get that favorable journey, he'll be making some noise in the stretch. I think 2-1's a bit of an overbet. I do think it's a bit light on him in the odds department. I couldn't get there on a win ticket at that price, but certainly think he's got a big chance to be a major part of it.
I think one thing that makes him a good trip horse, he's got that bit of snap speed, so once he pops off of cover, he can explode forward.
Yeah, good things happen when you leave, always, right? I mean, you always want to have a horse, especially ones that are going to race here at Grand River, any half-mile surface. They've got to have that speed off the gate. And if they got the ability to come home nicely as well, even better.
Serial Killer is right now getting a fair amount of action at 3-1. Comes in from Mohawk, and you've been seeing that one there. This is one that was effective at Georgian Downs in the summer for a few starts up there that I saw.
Yeah, and I think that he probably deserves to take the money he's taking right now. I thought he'd be around 5-2. He's 3-1 right now. This is a shade above that. He's been kind of mixing it up in some pretty fast miles himself at Mohawk Park, and he's been right in the thick of it. But before fading back to 6-2 back, he was out there doing a lot of the heavy lifting through part of that mile anyways, and he was 26-4 to the opening quarter from post 9. Before that, Overland a long way before getting to the lead in the stretch. and then faded back to third. So I mean, these are races that you compare them to this group tonight. He should be right there with these at a minimum. And if he comes back to some of those better efforts, he can win 7-2. Not a bad price on Serial Killer.
One King Jules is 8-5. Well, number 5, Last Call Jerome, who is now 6-1, was right beside King Jules at the finish last time out.
Yeah, and he kind of got shuffled back too. He got room late, and he could get within three-quarters of a length of him. I've always liked Last Call Jerome. He's kind of in the same boat. I think he needs kind of a favorable journey. Although I have seen him rough at first over before, and make a decent account of himself. So 6-1, you could convince me to play him at that price.
I used a 7 Bryant Sealster on the bottom of my ticket just because he can be a closer, and he's hit the ticket in 17 out of 26 this year. And I love me some John Kennedy as well, 300 training average, Travis Henry. And 30-1 would help it. King Jules, Woodmere Gaelic on the inside. In the center, Just Call Me Pete, Serial Killer, Last Call Jerome. To the outside, Sharky and Bryant Sealster. It's a field of 7, and it is race number 7 on a wonderful Wednesday. Woodmere Gaelic, not so wonderful for Woodmere Gaelic, off stride. They're at the start in the rough, and Serial Killer will gun out with King Jules. Just Call Me Pete. Sharky to the outside to King Jules. With that snap speed on the inside, grabbed the early lead. Serial Killer is pressing on, and then Sharky to the outside, and Just Call Me Pete is racing fourth. Then it's a gap of 2 or 3. Last Call Jerome and Bryant Sealster, but right now Serial Killer and Austin Sorry's going to take the lead, and King Jules is racing the pocket. Just Call Me Pete is forwardly placed third. Then it is Sharky, and then Last Call Jerome and Bryant Sealster as they work on around the turn in Woodmere Gaelic. But that early break is out of it, and King Jules has come back around and is reclaiming the lead. King Jules, 8-5 on the board, has the front. Serial Killer now is graciously racing from the pocket. Just Call Me Pete. He is positioned third and is going to come first over and come with authority first over up against King Jules. King Jules on the inside. Just Call Me Pete. Halftime 57-1 at 32nd second panel. King Jules is getting tested now. Just Call Me Pete on the outside. Serial Killer is racing third, and Sharky is situated second over fourth. Brian Sealster fifth, and Last Call Jerome. King Jules trying to fend off Just Call Me Pete, but Just Call Me Pete sticks a nose in front. King Jules tries to rally to the inside, and Sharky is racing third. Then Serial Killer, and then it is back to Last Call Jerome. Bryant Sealster. King Jules has fought back on the inside. Just Call Me Pete hasn't gone away. Sharky is swimming 3 wide now, and Sharky is coming in now on the inside. King Jules for now has turned back Just Call Me Pete, but we'll have to deal with Sharky and maybe Serial Killer as well. They turn for home. King Jules trying to fend off Sharky, and Serial Killer is looking to pounce up the passing lane. King Jules, Serial Killer up the inside, and on the outside, Sharky. Sharky with King Jules. Sharky gets by. Then King Jules is in a place photo as Serial Killer, and Brian Sealster, 157 flat, the inquiry sign pertaining to number 2 Woodmere Gaelic and the start. But the 7th race, well, it goes to number 6 Sharky, 7-5.
Yeah, and another whiff for yours truly on a favorite 7-5. I didn't use Sharky, Gary, and not that I'm not a fan of the horse. I mean, I just thought that he hadn't really been racing all that great as of late, but he did race well tonight. I mean, he got the second over trip, but you can see here he powers past King Jules to the wire here and gets a nice victory, gets back into the win column. First time in 5 starts, and the first time for trainer Shane Barrington since they claimed this one for 15,000 on August 10th. So, nice victory for that one. King Jules, he had to do a lot of work tonight, right? And I didn't when he kind of removed to the lead. I said, that's not really his preferred trip. I don't think, right? He's kind of more of a trip horse. Did still race well in defeat. Don't get me wrong. But not one that typically likes to do the heavy lifting, I don't think.
And Sharky gets the goal there, but I think Just Call Me Pete gets the assist because it softened up King Jules nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, it was one of those ones, when leaving the gate, I said, okay, this would be good if Just Call Me Pete can somehow land the 2-hole. He lands third. I go, okay, well, I'd probably like to see him sit, having him played, in the first couple of positions anyways. When he pulled first up, you get excited for half a second when he puts his nose in front, but you can see when he got rebuffed, his night was over. But you're right, did take the starch out of King Jules, and that certainly helped Sharky get there as well.
And it was a good drive by Jay Harris, getting that position and then popping when he did. And he had the power in the stretch. So Jay Harris getting the job done with a handy steer, a second over Tripman. Number 6, Sharky, 3-year-old. He's watching Brown Gelding by Max Stable, trained by Shane Barrington. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, with the win. It's the third win this year, fourth lifetime. Sharky, 157 flat. And note the seventh race is the Grand River Agricultural Society Board of Directors Memorial Race. And it does go to number 6, Sharky. Fans note the judges ruling that number 2, Woodmere Gaelic, was inside of the fair start pole at the start of the race. All horses determined to have received a fair start. The seventh race payout: 6, Sharky, 490, 270, 210. 1, King Jules, 310 and 210. And 4, Serial Killer, 240. $2 exactor, $12.60. Dollar try, $15.20. Dollar super, $79.50. The seventh race order of finish from the top down is a 276-3514. That's 276-3514 on the bottom.
Just 4 minutes away till race 8. Sharky getting it done in race 7 as the favorite. But with just 4 races left on the card tonight, that means it's time for the late pick 4 guaranteed pool. No guaranteed pool. Low takeout, 15%. But it'll be a nice pool, right? Because it's Wednesdays and we take center stage for harness racing in Ontario and beyond. So usually see our pools get a little bit of a bump on nights like tonight's been that way throughout the evening. And this pick 4 sequence is one that I'm going to play pretty skinny because I think Tijuana seals for rebounds here. I know that she's been beaten in each of her last two. Last time she couldn't get to Impressive Dude. Before that, she couldn't get to Del Crest Brent, who she's in against again tonight. But now she's been freshened up a little bit. Maybe that's going to help her find her best stride again. She had that incredible win streak here at the River before those back to back defeats. And I just thought that tonight might be the night to see her back in the winner's circle. Now, Del Crest Brent not going to be an easy beat, no doubt about it. And that one has raced, with more recency, maybe has a fitness edge on her, but I'm happy to go it alone with her here. That's right now at 2-1. Race 9 just too deep with the 1 and 4. That's Cadillac and looks like Magic. Looks like Magic was a winner at Mohawk Park 2 back in the slot. And Cadillac, I think, will really like getting in against this group today. Has tactical speed, the pole position, will likely be on the lead or near it anyways. And those are the two I want to be involved in race 9. Race 10, the 2 and 3. Really, kind of fond of the two Katkin Morgan, though. That race at Flamborough last time was real impressive. Coming from way out of it to be fourth, I thought, finished up real strong from an impossible spot after starting from the trailing post. Trainer Gerard Demers hands the lines over to Scott Coulter tonight, and I think he should be much closer now racing back on short rest after missing some time between starts after shipping up from south of the border. So love that one tonight. Don't know if we'll get that 6-1 morning line though on Katkin Morgan in race 10. That's the 2. And then the money leg, final race of the night, race 11. The one final cheese recipe. Gonna love the pole position, dropping down in class. The name of this one's game is Speed. Has not been able to do that in his last two. He's going to definitely do it tonight, I think, from the inside draw. Also using the 7 St. Lad speed at getting that class relief. Has kind of got some tough trips as of late. Last time, first over a long way before fading back to fourth. And I just think that he's going to make his presence felt in there at some point in the mile, and happy to just go too deep in there as well. 1-7, so just $1.60 for a 20-cent wager. If you want to play it for $1, like I'll be doing maybe a few times, $8 for $1. So that's the way I see this late pick 4. You got a minute or two to map out your winning wagers for it. Again, low takeout, 15%. Be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 8.
field for the 8th on parade. One Ranger Rob J. Harris for Stuart McQueen and Louis Sorella and Don McClellan and James Grant. Number 2 is Tijuana Sealster, Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and Triple S Equine. Number 3 is Delcrest Brand, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And number 4, the Pinball Wizard, Saddamore for Yvette Gallant and Ivan Gallant. 5 is No Turning Back, Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones. Number 6 is Pray and Hustle, Anthony Hunt for Stuart McQueen and Megan Riley. Field of 6, race number 8. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we got to start with a look at number 2, Tijuana Sealster. You know, I think, Rob, it's time to start another win streak for Tijuana Sealster.
Yeah, I hope so. And I thought, the same thing, Gary. I was like, you know what? This just looks like maybe, how she can rebound her way back to the winner's circle. And we're saying she's going to rebound. I mean, it's not like she's been racing poorly. She's just, been beaten in her last two, and we've, become accustomed to seeing her go out there and win with ease in many of those races that in that win streak that she put together. And I thought maybe, time between starts, a little freshen up. Maybe that's what she needed to kind of get back to her winning ways tonight. She's disappointed the favorite as each of her last two. Thought maybe she's going to be some value tonight, but she just got whacked down to 3-5, and maybe we're going to see odds on her again. She's got some formidable foes though in here. So I thought that we'd see a better price on her this time out, but I guess we'll see come post time.
And certainly, if Delcrest Brent was to hold at 7-2, Delcrest Brent has already been able to get the better of her, and last race was very, very fine.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Delcrest Brent has been turning out, consistent efforts in his own right. You see he's got 9 on the board finishes in 14 tries. 8 of those are top two. Held off Tijuana Sealster. She got a perfect trip off his back on that occasion. 3 starts back for Delcrest Brent, and she couldn't go by, kind of just waiting, for her to do so. She couldn't do it. Then the next time out, he had post 7, never got into the race, and a race for Tijuana Sealster couldn't get too impressive dude. So I don't know. And again, last time Lundu Hurrah needed to really, dig deep to defend him off at 45 cents to the dollar. So I think he's the value right now at 7-2. But at the same time, I just think situationally, as much as I don't like betting horses off a little bit of time, I think this bodes well for Tijuana Sealster tonight.
Number 4, Pinball Wizard, is one that, the last couple races were fine, but I don't see him being able to beat the first 2 we mentioned, at least not the way he's been racing.
No, I mean, but again, he's one that missed some time himself, and then it's now going to be his 4th start back. I thought that the outings were decent enough, and he's got a little bit of tactical speed. He gets himself into a good position off the gate. The one drawback for me, I guess, is that he disappointed at 50 cents to the dollar last time against a group he probably should have got the better of, but now he's got that other start under his belt. So I just look for him to kind of take another step forward tonight, and he's one that I've seen do good things in the past. I think it all comes down to trip for him. If he gets a taxing trip, I wouldn't expect him to land in the exotics, but if he gets one that maybe stuff a helmet or can sit on the pylons and hide out till the finish, he can get a piece of it.
One that I think that could be a step up here, number 5, No Turning Back, because 9 out of 20 in the top 2. And that class that she raced in last race at Flamborough was pretty good. And Angel with Attitude's been good and was second to that one.
Yeah, you know what? The other form reference for me is one of my favorite horses on the beat track, Sicario, right? That's it's a pretty good measuring stick there. Now she was 27-1. She got a favorable journey, but she's one that typically will give herself that because she's got so much tactical speed. You can see that she lands first, second in most of her starts off the switch. When she's not first or second, she's usually not too far behind that. And when Chad Rosema, our manager here at Grand River Raceway, put out to the Twitterverse, or I guess now the Xverse. I don't know what we call it now, but who's the play of the night tonight? Brad A from Chicago said race 8, number 5, no turning back, Tyler Jones. So he's very fond of this one tonight. I've got her pegged for 4th in here. Just wasn't sure how it's going to play out for her. I mean, she's going to be probably trying to get to the lead early on. She's gonna have to deal with Del Crespin and Tijuana Sealster at some point in the mile. And I don't know. I think if we get the old version of Tijuana Sealster back, even the current one, I mean, I'm knocking her for those two defeats. I think she gets the job done tonight. But 2-5, wow, what a tough pill to swallow, Gary.
You know what I'd like to try here is to sneak Ranger Rob onto the bottom of the ticket with an inside post because Ranger Rob does have gate speed.
He does. At 30-1 on a horse that's got gate speed, and he's turned in some real impressive, eye catching efforts, since going to the barn of Stu McQueen. Maybe, with that rail control can get forwardly placed and get a piece of it. Not the worst horse to use at that kind of a number underneath.
Well, it's a field of six taking up their positions, and Ranger Rob, Tijuana Sealster on the inside, Del Brent, the pinball wizard in the center. To the outside, no turning back, and Bray and Hustle. It's a field of six. It's race number 8. They're at the top of the stretch. And here they come. Field of 6 for the 8th race. There at the start and the rough, and no turning back. Ranger Rob on the inside. The pinball wizard has gone tilt and is off stride. And it is Ranger Rob using that post one advantage to take the lead. Tijuana Sealster now pressing up on the outside. Tijuana Sealster driving on and is going to clear to the front. Ranger Rob uses post one to race from the pocket. No turning back is forwardly placed third. Then it is Delcrest Brent and the pinball wizard, and and Hustle is back trailing the field. Tijuana Sealster, 4-5 of the board. Leads past a quarter, 29 seconds with Ranger Rob in a good spot. And then no turning back is third. Delcrest Brent is positioned fourth. Then it is the Pinball Wizard and Pray and Hustle. They race their way off the turn. Tijuana Sealster leads as they race up to the half. And then Ranger Rob, and now no turning back is going to come to the outside. No turning back is moving up and is coming first over and is dueling with Ranger Rob for second. 59-1 is the halftime. Del Cresbrand is situated second over on the back of no turning back. Then it is back to the Pinball Wizard and Pray and Hustle. Tijuana Sealster still sharp on the lead. Ranger Rob enjoying the view in the pocket, still second. No turning back to the outside is third. And Delcrest Brandt is fourth, and then the Pinball Wizard and Pray and Hustle. Tijuana Sealster. And now there goes Delcrest Brandt out 3 wide in closing ground. 3/4, 128-3. Tijuana Sealster. Delcrest Brandt is gaining ground, has work to do, but is closing on the inside. Ranger Rob. Center of the track, no turning back. Then the Pinball Wizard, they turn for home. Tijuana Sealster still has a nice cushion as they come on down the lane. Tijuana Sealster, Ranger Rob on the inside to the outside. Delcrest Brent. Tijuana Sealster, Delcrest Brent will be second. No turning back third. The Pinball Wizard, who made an early break, is going to finish fourth. The inquiry will be pertaining to number 4, the Pinball Wizard, in that break of stride. But it was Tijuana Sealster's show this evening.
It sure was. And, Gary, if there was live betting on that race, in the first turn, if you could take 4-5 on her, I would have taken that all day because she looked, much better out there. Not that she didn't look good in her last two, she looked like, very reminiscent of that win streak and how good she looked on that occasion. She looked sharp, and she got to the lead, and I love the fact that she was handled aggressively. And when she goes to the front, and you saw no turning back, a horse that usually can get to the leader, get to the 2-hole, when that one ducks for cover on the pylons, it's pretty much race over at that point. They're not going to beat Tijuana Sealster tonight because no turning backs game is not a first over trip. There's no question about that. And Delcrest Brent, trying to beat her from off the pace tonight, or even if it is a second over trip, he's not going to get there. She said, "Not today, Brent. I've got this one." And 4-5 ended up being a decent price, really.
I think the only way you really could play this race was to play it straight. Tijuana Sealster, Delcrest Brent, because I think those two really stand out as the two best in here, and you just got to play it one way.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And, I thought that, that was the way that it should be played. And it's the exact, the probable one it's paying, it says $12. It's probably 11 or 12 anyways. And I just, thought that's the way it was going to play out. No turning back, turned a decent effort first up. But as soon as she lands in the 3-hole, it's going to be a long night for her, right? And Pinball Wizard, one to, keep an eye on. I thought might come with a better effort tonight. made a break in stride early and made a big recovery to be fourth. So I'll be watching that one going forward.
It ends up at 2-3-5-4. Coming back in front of us is number 2, Tijuana Silter, 4-year-old Muscle Mass Bay Mare, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario. Jacob Roberts is the trainer, and Colin Kelly, the winning drive. It's the 12th win this year for Tijuana Silster and the 14th lifetime. 158 flat. Fans note the judges ruling that there were no violations by number 4, the Pinball Wizard. The inquiry shall go off. Eighth race payouts to Tijuana Silster, 380, 260, 210. 3 Del Crest Brant, 290, 225. No turning back, 220. $2 exactor, 1210. Dollar try, 1250. $5 super, 2060. The eighth race for a finish from the top is a 5-1-2-4-3-6 scratch. That's 5-1-2-4-3-6 scratch. We are now 5 minutes to the ninth race, and I want to get to an edition of the Handicapper's Corner because, well, we haven't done one of these for a little while. I want to bring in my good friend Robert Reed Jr., Sky Reed, to have a little conversation about one thing that had come up. I'd noticed the track at Flamborough Downs starting up this month, and I took my Grand River Raceway handicapping model to Flamborough, and it failed miserably. And I know that, Rob, you handicap a lot of different racetracks, and just wanted to get your thought on how you have to keep straight your different ideas for the different racetracks and how they play out much differently. Any thoughts on that, Rob?
Yeah, well, every track has its own nuances, right, Gary? And the one thing I'll say is that when you're looking at half-mile tracks, I mean, I'm always looking towards the inside of the gate, right? Always, starting there and working my way out. You always got to keep in mind. I mean, again, for seasoned, pros, I guess it's kind of second nature if you're playing these tracks all the time. But always got to remember where the trailing posts are, right? So, for example, I'll be moving on to the broadcast at the raceway at Western Fair once we're done here at Grand River, and they go seven wide and the eight's a trailer. So again, if you're playing the product all the time, you certainly know that. But some people, when you're bouncing around from different of the different tracks of the smaller venues in Ontario, for example, one like Leamington, post seven's a trailer, right? So you've got to always be mindful of that, because it's something that kind of plays a big part of it, right? There's no problem with sometimes working for that trailing post, but if you have the uttermost post, it could be some trouble for you.
What I want to mention about handicapping Flamborough, and then I'll ask you about Western Fair because that's opening up shortly. What I remember with Flamborough now, and I can't believe I forgot it starting into the September meet, but it does play out different than Grand River. It definitely, horses from an outside post can blast off the gate and actually get over to the front. And also, they have such a big pace scenario. They go quick up front that horses can close more easily at Flamborough than they can elsewhere. And even the passing lane, I think you can get up the passing lane better than you can, say, here or Western Fair and win.
Yeah, well, at Western Fair, right? The one thing about that track is I would say it's similar in the sense that the outside posts probably have a better chance. Like I don't mind betting a horse from post seven there, as long as they've got speed off the gate, right? If they can leave, they've got a chance to actually get to the front before that first turn. Whereas here, seven and eight, pretty difficult to do so, right? Unless you have absolutely tremendous speed, to ramble out of there. So I don't mind the outside starting spots there as much. And I guess I've noticed the same thing at Flamborough as well. But here for some reason, now we've had better success this year though, right? Post eight on the pace this year is one at a much higher rate than it has in previous seasons. On the trot though, not so much. So I don't. Again, I would say at Western Fair in particular as well. You can bet the outside post as long as you know what you're getting into. You need to have that early foot off the gate, or at least enough speed to get into position.
The one thing, too, that's going to be interesting next year here is you can take everything that we've learned about handicapping here on the half mile track at Grand River, and after next Wednesday night, you can throw it in the garbage.
Well, I guess what's that going to do to all I guess there's going to be two record books, right? There's going to be two record books, the half mile ones, and then the 5/8s going forward. I can't wait. I loved 5/8s racing. I absolutely. It's probably my favorite configuration to handicap, and that's because I grew up at Greenwood Raceway, right? That's where I spent pretty much my whole childhood, and that's where I started writing my own tip sheets when I was about 8, 9 years old, and was there as often as my dad would let me take along with him, which was quite often. And I can't wait to get to the 5/8s racing. I think it's going to be fantastic, for us at Grand River and for the sport in Ontario as a whole.
Yeah, when you were a kid, you didn't need to go to school to learn math because you were getting schooled at Greenwood Raceway.
It's true. I was. The interesting thing is that my dad said, no taking the program to school with you, but I would. And I think I said to a teacher one day that I'm doing more math by looking at this than I do when I look at the textbook, because when you're multiplying it, and they had pick sevens back then. Okay, they had the pick seven, and it was always for $1 too. None of the 20-cent stuff. So you got to some pretty big numbers, and I remember doing that all the time as a kid.
Yeah, your comment to the teachers. I don't understand why these other kids can't do fractions because I'm doing fractions all the time.
It's true. It's true. I just needed to have a racing program in front of me to do it.
Well, race 9, the field is coming out on post parade, and we'll be back to take a look at the ninth race after the parade, just a few seconds away. Field for race number 9 on parade 1 is a Cadillac. Travis Henry for Stephen Charlton and Wayne Burley. Number 2, Wheelie Good Drinker. Anthony Hunt for Ron Waples Jr. and James Fullerton. 3 is PC Mercury Rising. Curtis Clements for Amy Clements. Number 4, Looks Like Magic. Denny St. Pierre drives for Christian Pilon. 5 is Leading Resolve. Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 6, Dusk to Dawn Hennifer. Daryl Thiessen for Jim Skellhorn Jr. and Terry Heffernan. Number 7, City Lady. Austin Sorry for Nelson White and Vicky White. 8 is Thunderously. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. Field of 8, race number 9. Trotter is going to post shortly, and, well, Cadillac on the inside. We both used Cadillac on top, but boy, I tell you, I am not into Cadillac at even money.
No, I'm not either at even money, Gary. And I'll be honest. This race here, I went too deep in the multis, um, and I looked at it and said, I'm going to go those two, or I'm going to probably need to hit the all button, which I don't like doing, as you know. But Cadillac for me, it kind of came down to that early foot off the gate, pole position to work from, and looking at who he's been up against and saying, okay, would they fare well in here? And I think they all would. I think we definitely bet Lundu Hurrah in here, Delcrest Brent, even Mo Power Baby. I'm looking through it. You get down to lines against Cassius Hanover, all these horses. I think that I'd be more than happy to back against this group. So why not go to him? The problem is, you see that 1 for 16 this year, 0 for 13 last year, and you say, okay, 6 to 5. Ooh, that's a real short price. And in a race where, I wouldn't want to take 2 to 1 on anyone in this field, to be perfectly honest, because I think it's a pretty wide open event. I just thought there was a couple that might have a better shot than others. So yeah, the price right now is concerning how short it is.
I was all ready to go to 4, Looks Like Magic, and then I looked, July 25th last start, and then I said, maybe I need a start.
Yeah, it could be. And I guess for me, like that win at Mohawk Park in the slop on July 20th was a good one. And actually, the third before it was really good as well. And then last time got caught on the inside and got jammed up a little bit before finishing sixth, beaten by just about 6 lengths to Messiah. I think that certainly figures against this group, but like you said, time between starts is the obvious concern. 3 to 1. I mean, you got to get every bit of that just based on that alone. I thought he might kind of slip through the cracks here, be a bigger number on the board, but I guess can't get much bigger than 3 to 1 if you got Cadillac at 6 to 5. I mean, I can't imagine those odds getting wider apart come post time, and now down to 5 to 2. So I do think that he's one that you've got to be mindful of in here, and he's got enough go to get the better of this group. But is he ready to go after missing some time?
Number 8, Thunderously, if it wasn't for post 8, would have been my top one. It is my second choice and your third.
Yeah, I'd be happy to get involved with him from any post, probably 5 and in. Post 8, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's still 0 for the meet on the trot. And I just don't see how he gets into the race tonight. He's a horse that bodes, he does his best work when he gets forwardly placed. I've seen him come from off the pace and do good things. I just don't think he can come from that far off the pace. 19 to 1's a monstrous price. Like, if all things equal in this race, I think he's about 4 or 5 to 1 at most. You're getting that number because of the post, and he's in with a chance if somehow the trip works out.
If the odds held the way they are, I think right now my plan would be to belly up to the bar and go to number 2, Wheelie Good Drinker, 7-1.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea because last time out, I mean, he got picked up by Mama Made Me Good, and then that one got beat tonight. So I guess that form reference might not be the best for him, but I still thought it was a decent effort. And if he just goes to the front here, I mean, the horse that gets to the lead, where it sits the 2 hole, might just have such an advantage over the rest of them that they might be able to get to the wire first. So, not a bad play in my opinion at 8 to 1.
Well, and if you also want to take a look at a form reference, Wheelie Good Drinker, and you go back that win at Georgian Downs to beat to SOS Jewels.
Yeah, SOS Jules is a good point. SOS Jules had a nice win tonight, right? So that's not a bad form reference at all. Leading Resolve, the 5, took a lot of early money. That kind of made me look at him closer to see just the class relief that he's getting. He's slower up to 10 to 1 now off an equipment change as well. I don't know, maybe in with a chance, but I mean, would put me out of the multis if he wins.
Well, Cadillac at 4-5. I think I'm just going to belly on up to the bar and be a bit of a drinker here with post position 2. It's Cadillac and Wheeling a Drinker and PC Mercury rising on the inside. Looks like magic. Leading Resolve in the center to the outside. Dusk to Dawn, Hanover City Lady, and Thunderously. It is a field of 8. Race number 9. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And the field for race number 9 is at the start, and they're off. And Dusk to Dawn, Hanover City Lady, thunderously from the outside. Cadillac and PC Mercury rising on the inside, but Cadillac will use that inside advantage to take the lead. Cadillac is on top. PC Mercury rising second. City Lady is off stride. So now Wheelie Good Drinker will be third. Then Looks Like Magic. And back to Leading Resolve and Dusk to Dawn Hanover and Thunderously. And they race on to the opening quarter. And Cadillac leads on past the quarter. And 4-5 on the board. PC Mercury rising at second. Wheelie Good Drinker third. Looks Like Magic fourth. And then Leading Resolve, Dusk to Dawn Hanover. And back to Thunderously second from last. And City Lady after a break is trailing the field. 29-2 of the opening quarter. Cadillac, the favorite, leads the charge off the turn, heading up to the half, and PC Mercury rising in the pocket. Looks Like Magic is going to be working first over, and Leading Resolve is going to have that one's cover and is second over. On the inside, Wheelie Good Drinker. Then Dusk to Dawn Hanover and Thunderously. Half was 1 minute and 3/5 as they worked their way into the backstretch at 31-1. Second panel breather. Cadillac leads it. PC Mercury rising on the inside. Looks Like Magic to the outside. And then racing on the pylon still, Wheelie Good Drinker to the outside, Leading Resolve, and then Dusk to Dawn Hanover. And they work their way on toward 3/4. Cadillac sharp on top. Leads it still by about 2 lengths. PC Mercury rising on the inside has risen to take back second. Looks Like Magic third. And then Leading Resolve, and on the inside, Wheelie Good Drinker. And then Dusk to Dawn Hanover. 1:30-1 for 3/4. Cadillac as they turn for home, and still in command. PC Mercury rising is second. Cadillac, PC Mercury rising up the inside, but Cadillac still has plenty in reserve. Cadillac wins it at 4-5. PC Mercury rising, Looks Like Magic, and Leading Resolve. Cadillac was the best, and we talked about how to beat Cadillac at 4-5. Well, you couldn't.
Yeah, no, it was just look just looked like a race, Gary, that he was going to get away with the lead and be able to get those fractions right. But still, 4 to 5 is pretty short on a horse that's been pretty light in the win column, but not so light anymore. Ray gets to the winner's circle for the second time in the last 2 seasons, and did so quite easily when it's all said and done. Just a couple of taps there to keep to his task.
And I do have to mention the inquiry sign goes up. It pertains to number 3, PC Mercury rising, and a possible pylon violation on the final turn. But you do see Travis Henry right there, and there's no concern at all. It is close between the 3 and the 4 for second, but it may or may not matter as PC Mercury rising is the subject of the inquiry. 5 Leading Resolve is the one that finishes fourth, but man, Cadillac, short price, but the best.
Yeah, it was the best in there, and I just thought again, right, that we thought the price was short. Like I said, I had the race down to 1 and 4, which I mean, what did I do? I just ended up finding the two hefty favorites, right, 4-5 and 9-5. But beyond that, I thought it could be anybody. And it looks like Magic almost, I think maybe got held off for the play spot, but turned out a decent effort to be second. But really, when Cadillac gets the lead tonight, and wasn't really going to have any other trip when he kind of left out of there from the rail. Uh, Decent, breathers in the middle panels, and it's lights out. So nice victory for him. Good to see him get to the winner's circle too, because he's been working pretty hard against some decent groups. So nice to see him get back in the win column.
And you were right to pick out the measuring stick against some of those other horses because he didn't face those in here tonight. And that results in a trip to the winner's circle for one Cadillac. 4-year-old Ted the Stud Brown Gelding, owned by Stephen Charlton and Wayne Burley. Stephen Charlton's the trainer, Travis Henry the winning driver. Second win this year, third lifetime Cadillac. 2 minutes 1/5. Fans note as a result of the inquiry, the judge's ruling that 3 PC Mercury Rising did go inside of 2 consecutive pylons while racing on the final turn, was lapped on at the finish by 4 Looks Like Magic, and the judge's ruling that 3 PC Mercury Rising was not forced into the pylons, therefore will be placed from second to third, and 4 Looks Like Magic placed up to second. The ninth race payouts: 1 Cadillac 370, 250, and 260. 4 Looks Like a Magic 240, 250, and 3 PC Mercury Rising 550. $2 exactor of 1 and 4 720. 143 try dollar ticket 1840. Dollar super 6020 1435. Ninth race, order of finish from the top 1 6. Two place 3, 3 place 2, 4 5, 8 7. Once again from the top down after the placing 1 6 3 2, 4 5, 8 7 on the bottom. Field for the 10th on parade. One Lucky Rascal, Travis Embry for Peter Brickman and Aaron Swainson Brickman. Number 2 is Catkin Morgan, Scott Gulliver, Gerard Demers, and Ron Dobes. 3 is Gucci Girl, Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll and Mark Cadman. 4 is SG Goliath King, Tyler Moore for James Hasty and Keith Hasty. 5 is Mr. Fritter, Paul McKenzie for Gary McDonald and Dean Marson Stable and Peter Muscolzi and John Frieda. Number 6, Peter Crown, Brett McDonough for Steve Watson. And number 7 is I Am What I Am, Preston Shaw for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. Field of 7, race number 10. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, 3 Gucci Girl is taking all the money, but we both have 2 Catkin Morgan. And I felt pretty good about this pick when I looked at that line at Flamborough and remembered how things went. And this will be now the second start after missing a bit of time coming in from south of the border. 5-1.
Yeah, I was, watching that race closely. It was closing out a pick 5 carryover, Flamborough Downs, and that was on September the 16th. And this one had the trailing post. Um, his trainer Gerard Demers was aboard. They got away ninth off the gate. Was kind of overland in the early stages of it, and I thought had some of the best trot of all at the end of that mile when finishing fourth, and hadn't raced in some time before that. After shipping up from south of the border and joining that conditioner's barn, and I just thought looked really good at the end of that mile. And one of those things where you come back now in short rest, can maybe carry that momentum into this effort, and gets back on that even shorter rest, not regular rotation, but second start back after missing some time should be better for it. So really happy to have this one on top in here. Made this one my spot play of the night, and just thinking that he should do good things now with Scott Coulter aboard. 4-1 of that price holds. I'll be betting him to win, and also needing him in the multi wagers too.
That's also a great handicapping angle when the trainer drives a horse and then hands it over to a catch driver. That's usually a bit of a clue. Number 3, Gucci Girl, 1-2.
Yeah, 1-2 taking all kinds of support right now. Big action in the win pool and place pool right from the get go. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Huge wagers in both the pools on her. The thing is that she's been facing off against pretty decent competition at Hiawatha, and went a long way in the lead, 2 back before getting picked up by Gloria Dream and Muscle Up the Gold. We saw Muscle Up the Gold race pretty well tonight against a tougher group. And last time out, finished 5th at Sunglasses at Night. I kind of didn't know what to make of Gucci Girl here. I've thought that she's raced well in some of those efforts, and I do think that she meets a group that she can get the better of. Just don't know if she's 3-5. And my opinion, I don't think that's a little too short.
It looks like Garrett Rooney had quite a handful there when she was going. She looks like she's pretty assertive, and this one can blast off the wings. 3-5 is a little low. Mr. Fritter is one we've been kind of working around trying to get Mr. Fritter a few times, but those last couple races, it makes it tough to get to Mr. Fritter, but open to blind bridle.
Yeah, we got a bit of a change, so maybe he'll be handled a little more aggressively tonight. Post 5 to work from, not the worst spot for him. He does have early foot. He's shown it recently, and definitely had it in the past as well. He kind of got back on the right track for trainer Gary McDonald when he got that win at Clinton Raceway, scored by a wide margin. Again on August 27th against a soft group, came right back to finish second by a neck to Yeti Set Go. Minor award, 2 back. Last time finished 6th at Hanover. I kind of don't know what to make of him, because you think he's kind of moving in the right direction, then you kind of regress a little bit. It's probably because he's had to go back and face against tougher horses. I think that the best version of him, you're getting a bargain at 5-1. I think that you'd have to get that or more if you're going to play him in here. Would I be shocked if he won? Absolutely not, because we know the ability is there. It's just, can he summon it tonight?
I almost used one Lucky Rascal on top, but then Catkin Morgan's the right one. And listen, Lucky Rascal, though, good racing the last couple at Flamborough Downs, and then the last time you see this one with post position 1, winner Gagnon.
Yeah, and he broke my heart last time too. I thought that I was about to make a big score in that in that pick 5 off Jackson Storm. He was winning every step until he didn't. Lucky Rascal nailed him at the wire. And you're right, he was a winner from the rail July 30th as well. He's kind of an interesting horse. When he gets the right kind of trip and he's forwardly placed, he can be dangerous. I think that this group overall is tougher, but he might be in the right place at the right time, and you can't rule him out because of that. So 13-1 is not a bad price on a horse that should be confident. One of the angles too is betting horses off a win, especially when they're going off an inflated number on the board.
And it is Lucky Rascal on the inside at 13-1 with Catkin Morgan and Gucci Girl, the 3-5 favorite. In the center, SG Goliath King, Mr. Fritter to the outside, Peter Crown, and I am what I am. It's a field of 7. It's the 10th dash on this wonderful Wednesday as we are gathered at the river, and here they come. Field for the 10th race. At the start of the rough, Lucky Rascal, Gucci Girl, Mr. Fritter, and Peter Crown, they drive it into that first turn. Mr. Fritter and Lucky Rascal pressing through on the inside. Mr. Fritter, Lucky Rascal, and Peter Crown's racing position third. Mr. Fritter has now taken the lead, and Lucky Rascal is going to race from the pocket. Then Peter Crown is third. Gucci Girl, mid-pack fourth, and then I Am What I Am on the outside. To the inside is Catkin Morgan, and SG Goliath King is racing on the outside, trailing the field. But Mr. Fritter at 5-1. leads as they race on around the turn. Lucky Rascal is racing second. Peter Crown is third. And then I Am What I Am on the outside to the inside, Gucci Girl. Then it is back to Catkin Morgan and SG Goliath King. But right now, Mr. Fritter and Paul McKenzie has the front. Lucky Rascal is getting a nice trip. Peter Crown's racing third. 58 and 1 is the halftime. And racing fourth is on the inside. Gucci Girl. Then I Am What I Am. Catkin Morgan still on the inside, second last. And SG Goliath King is trailing the field. There goes Peter Crown now, moving to challenge Mr. Fritter. Mr. Fritter, Peter Crown. Lucky Rascal is blocked. And now Gucci Girl moves to the outside. And it is Peter Crown grabbing a quick three-length advantage over Gucci Girl. And then Catkin Morgan was able to wheel out. Now is taken over third, but has a lot of work to do, as it is Peter Crown who's starting to get away a bit. Gucci Girl second, but here comes Catkin Morgan now, and is loaded up with trot, but still has to work a lot. And then it is Mr. Fritter, Lucky Rascal, and SG Goliath King on down the stretch drive. It is Peter Crown, and then flying is Catkin Morgan. Peter Crown, Catkin Morgan, Peter Crown, and Catkin Morgan. Peter Crown just found the finish to a hard-closing Catkin Morgan. Then Gucci Girl and Lucky Rascal. 158 and 2. Mr. Fritter was able to get away just enough and then hold off a charging Catkin Morgan.
Yeah, Peter Crown was able to get away the wide margin there, and look at the odds board here, 68 to 1 on Peter Crown. This is a horse that we've we've kind of been fond of in the past, Gary, but hasn't really had shown what he's been able to do in previous seasons, where he's been able to string together some good performances. I mean, he a couple of thirds coming into this. I guess it was a step in the right direction, but wow, 68 to 1. And you know what? I'll tell you right now, what a nightmarish trip, disastrous trip for both Gucci Girl and Catkin Morgan. I know they got out late, but Catkin Morgan got the absolute worst of it, because there was horses that were stuck on the outside and they just kind of sat out there, and it left Catkin Morgan in an impossible spot. She tried to follow Gucci Girl, out of the hole. She did, but she had too much ground to make up. When the Mr. Fritter kind of dropped anchor on the lead, it allowed Peter Crown to scoot away, and Gucci Girl. I mean, she had a better chance of getting him, but Catkin Morgan. I mean, that was incredible, the amount of ground that she closed late, but it wasn't enough for him or for yours truly, and ends up coming up short of the wire.
And Brett McDonald was working hard on Peter Crown in the stretch drive, and because he knew that Catkin Morgan was really coming.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely flying late, and I thought that he might still get there, because Peter Crown was getting tired, but it was a much better effort than what we've seen from him as a late. I mean, 58 and 2, a much quicker mile for him too. And the odds board, wow, this is going to really throw a monkey wrench into the multi-leg wagers.
I can't remember, Rob, but I think this is the longest shot we've had on the board this year.
It might be. Yeah, it's definitely up there. It's probably. I had to go back and look at I thought it was only $100 to win on him, and I said, wait, I got to look at his price, and it's crazy. 63 to 1 looks like the official number. 68 to 1 is the official number.
Yeah, I think that is our largest on the year. But Peter Crown back in front of us, getting home in front and crowning this field at a nice price in 158 and 2. 6-year-old Chip Hooray Bay Gelding, trained by Steve Watson. Brett McDonald's all smiles in the winner's circle. Second win this year, 7th lifetime, Peter Crown. Long shot at 158 and 2. The 10th race payout, number 6, Peter Crown, 138.50 to win, $46.942. Catkin Morgan, 382.90. 3 Gucci Girl, 290. $2 exactor, 642.20. Dollar try, 638.45. Dollar superfecta, 1499.35. And the dollar pick 5, 3,537.15. Hey, bada boom, bada bing. Tenth race or finish from the top. 4236517. That's 4236517. Field for the 11th on parade. One final cheese recipe. Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Kim and Dan Sargent. Number 2, I Ain't No Mac, Aaron Byron for Tony Tangretta. 3 is Salzburg Case and Jay Harris for Stuart McQueen. Number 4, Modern Rider, Garrett Rooney for John Kennedy and Upper Creek Racing. 5 is Dance Machine, James Bailey for Mitchell Tierney and Antonio DeMario. 7, St. Lad's Beat It, Anthony Hunt for Laurie LePage and Rebecca Williamson. 8 is Mock Jacobs, Daryl Thiessen for Kim Smith. 9, Maintenance Man, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. It's a field of 8 for race number 11. Scratched is number 6, Bravado Sealster. And let's get a look at this field, starting with one final cheese recipe, Rob.
Yeah, I think that this looks like a great spot for final cheese recipe and kind of reminiscent of when I saw another Blake McIntosh horse have the rail. I think it was last night, wasn't it? Better Be Gouda goes out and jogs for that barn, getting down an easier spot. And final cheese recipe kind of follows the same kind of pattern of that one, right? Getting class relief, a speedster that now gets a better post to work from. And I think that, I mean, there's no question his goal is going to be to get to the front and never look back in here. And there's not, too much in here that I think can challenge him if that's what he wants to do. Obviously, that break behind the gate a little bit concerning August the 7th, but I think that tonight it's going to be all systems go, and it'll be tough to catch.
I should mention you might see a few dark spots on the track. Maintenance has turned off some of the lights thinking that we were done after 10, but we've got one more fine dash here to go. Drivers have said they're fine. There's still plenty of light left, but that's why you see a few dark spots. Number 7, St. Lad's Beat It, is one that, last race was a bright spot. It came first up and battled. Look, dropped out to 4th, but I thought it was a pretty credible effort.
Oh, it's a big effort. I mean, it certainly was. He battled, Rock and Bow for a long way. Uh, that one had the engine on that occasion, and it was kind of reasonable splits on the front end, but they kicked it up in the third quarter, and that's when this one was kind of, probably feeling the brunt of it out there, right? And when a horse goes first over like that, and third quarter is his own third quarter is 28-1. Sometimes they back away in the stretch if they can't get past the pace setter. This one actually just got beat by 2 lengths on the end of it, finished fourth, and I thought it was Overland a long way to start before that in a race where Fox Hunt just ran them off their feet. So St. Lad's Beat It now moves in a spot to post 6 with the scratch of the 6 Bravado Sealster, and I'm thinking he's got a big chance in here, Gary. If it's not going to be final cheese recipe, then I think it's going to be St. Lad's Beat It. To me, it looked like a 2-horse race on paper.
Number 4, Modern Rider, I think might be a sleeper in here. I didn't use this one, but now the more I look at it, yeah, sure, the trailer post Hanover line is not impressive. But Modern Rider is one that can hit the ticket often, was good last year, races for a barn that's had a history of being good, and Garrett Rooney's having a fine year. There's some positives on Modern Rider, including the 15-1.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is a spot that, he should be more than competitive against, right? I mean, I know that there's obviously significant time away, but before his previous effort, but that's probably a good thing now, right? Because it's second start back. Last time didn't have much of a chance from the trailing post at Hanover. Was in against a decent group on that occasion. Now gets to probably about a softer spot, if not comparable spot tonight. But that second start, better post to work from, nose back on gate. The qualifiers certainly look pretty good over at that venue, and 13-1 is pretty appealing. So maybe he's the one that can split the two favorites in here, and if he does, it should help with the payoffs.
I want to get to 2 more. 9, Maintenance Man from the trailer post, and if Natasha Day can get up on the back of Final Cheese Recipe, could be in a good spot.
Yeah, sometimes he has some antics behind the gate, and when he behaves himself, he usually does pretty well. And you can see he picks up a lot of checks. Was third 2 starts back when he was battling it out on the front end in Sarnia. if you like the one, you got to like the nine, and he follows one that should be blasting out of there. If he can ever go with, he can get a piece of the high five.
And now your other one is Five Dance Machine, but I want to get to two I Ain't No Mac because I think this is a sleeper in here. My best of the sleepers. It is my second choice behind Final Cheese Recipe. I've seen him step up with some big efforts, and also if you look before that last race, he was facing some solid company racing at Georgian Downs.
Yeah, the problem for me with him is that when I look at this race, it's a non-winners of X last three. He's only got 21,000 made lifetime. He's in against horses in here that have made over 100, close to 100, and even one that's made close to 200. So I couldn't get there on him, Gary. But I mean, if he gets a piece of it from that inside draw, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Well, he is my sleeper here, and I've seen him sometimes come up and flash some pretty big speed. 3-year-old Sweet Lou Colt. We'll see. He's 11-1, but Final Cheese Recipe 4-5, the one to beat with I Ain't No Mac and Salisbury Case in the inside three. In the center, Modern Writer and Dance Machine. To the outside, St. Lad's beat it. Mock Jacobs in the second tier. Maintenance Man. Field of 8 for race number 11. Field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough. Final Cheese Recipe. St. Lad's beat it. I Ain't No Mac and Dance Machine. Mock Jacobs and then Maintenance Man from the second tier. Then it is back to Salisbury Cason and Modern Writer is trailing the field. Final Cheese Recipe leads and I Ain't No Mac is well spotted in the pocket position as they race on to the opening quarter. Maintenance Man does well from the trailer post and now is racing third. Then St. Lad's beat it. Dance Machine. Then it is back to Mock Jacobs and Salisbury Cason, and Modern Writer has a lot of work to do. Final Cheese Recipe, the 3-5 betting favorite. I Ain't No Mac at 14-1 is filling the pocket, and Maintenance Man at 24-1 is sitting on the inside third in front of St. Lad's beat it. Dance Machine now to the outside Mock Jacobs, and then it is Salisbury Cason and Modern Writer. Final Cheese Recipe. I Ain't No Mac is racing second. Final Cheese Recipe unchallenged. Halftime of a 28 opening quarter. 57-2. I Ain't No Mac is still second best, and then Maintenance Man to the inside, and St. Lad's beat it on the outside. And then it is back to Dance Machine at fifth. Mock Jacobs is racing sixth. Modern Writer and Salisbury Cason. Final Cheese Recipe. I Ain't No Mac has moved up a little closer in the pocket, and St. Lad's beat it is gaining ground to the outside. Then it is Maintenance Man, Mock Jacobs from the backfield, Salisbury Cason, and then Dance Machine and Modern Writer. Final Cheese Recipe. St. Lad's beat it. Ain't No Mac is on the inside racing third as they roll around the turn, and Mock Jacobs is racing fourth, and they are reaching for the top of the stretch. Final Cheese Recipe. St. Lad's beat it. I Ain't No Mac has been getting a trip and Mock Jacobs, and then as they turn from Maintenance Man, Final Cheese Recipe. I Ain't No Mac up the inside. St. Lad's beat it. St. Lad's beat it is going to beat Final Cheese Recipe. And then third is between I Ain't No Mac and Mock Jacobs, and then Maintenance Man. 156-1. Race number 11 is in the books, Rob.
Yeah, and St. Lad's beat it. We thought that he roughed it last time, and we thought he might be able to do that again this time out. He tried to blast off the wings of the gate, and then ended up taking a tuck into fourth. And you could see, he kind of just sitting on the outside there. And Final Cheese Recipe is one that kind of gets a little bit soft in the end of his miles too. And St. Lad's beat it just wore him down before the wire here and gets past him as the second choice of 2-1. Thought it looked like a two-horse race. It came down to those two. And Final Cheese Recipe, certainly not a bad effort on the engine, just couldn't hold off one that was better than him tonight. Mock Jacobs, all the way from Post State, is going to help the exotics pay because not only does he have the 8, he's also 25-1.
Yeah, and my Ain't No Mac almost held on for third. I think Mock Jacobs beat him for third, but had a shot up the passing lane, just not enough to collar those front couple.
Yeah, no, he raced good though. He has that tactical speed, right? Like you liked him because he's got post 2 inside draw. He got behind Final Cheese Recipe. I saw Natasha actually tried to scoot up there to take that spot away from him, but Aaron Byron was able to protect that spot to sit the 2-hole trip, and then tried to fire up the pass. And you can see, Aaron was trying to rev that horse up for the stretch drive. He just he's in against pretty tough horses. I mean, he's been facing in non-winners of 2 and whatnot, non-winners of 3. Some good race horse in here, so he did well to finish fourth.
At least we got him on the ticket. But St. Lad's beat it's one we've seen put up some pretty big efforts here in the past.
Absolutely, yeah, and a big effort again tonight.
Back in front of us, number 7, St. Lad's beat it. A 6-year-old Mach 3 bay gelding by Rebecca Williamson. Trained by Lori LePage. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver, 5th win this year, 20th lifetime. St. Lad's beat it, 156 and 1. The top 5 are 71289. That's 71289. The 11th race payouts, 7 St. Lad's beat it, 690, 330, and 271. Final cheese raspy, 240, 222. 8 and a Mac, 340. $2 exactor, 1270. Dollar tribe, 1945. Double, 520, 230. Ka-ching. The dollar pick 3, 406.10. Dollar pick 4, 1666.85. Dollar high 5, 781.30. The 11th race order of finish from the top is a 2, 3, 8, 6, 7 scratch, 1, 4, 5 on the bottom. That is 2, 3, 8, 6, 7 scratch, 1, 4, 5 on the bottom. Fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program. There's a look at the win photo with St. Lad's beating Final Cheese Recipe. Fans, note that does conclude the live harness racing program. Our next live event is Friday at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.